Nerdrotic.com.
And the crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. I apologize cause I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Lights, Friday Night Lights. Time has come, they are finally.
We're on time, kind of.
Indeed.
I mean, for us, we're on time. We did it.
Well, only 3 minutes late. I mean, that's not bad.
We can go back to being late again. We do it once in a while. You know, it kind of gets people thinking that we might be on time, and we lure them in, and then we go back to normal. Welcome. It's Friday, everybody.
Pretty much.
It's Friday. Friday Night Tights. The Friday Night Tights before MegaCon. And we made it. Well, most of us have made it. Some of us are not done with our Star Trek reviews yet, but most of us have made it through Starfleet Academy. 10 fucking episodes.
So have you not done your recording yet?
I am halfway done.
Well,
because I skipped last week, so I had to do episode 9 last night, and I'm doing episode 10 tomorrow.
Ooh, a double feature?
A double feature.
There is so much retardation in this episode.
What pissed me off the most? Well, this whole season sucked, but then they gave Alex Kurtzman a fucking award for the 60th anniversary of Star Trek, which pissed me off to no fucking end watching that asshole get an award. So I was all fired up. I'm all fired up again. And it ended as bad as you can think it could. It was just a bunch of monologuing. We'll get into it. There's also One Piece, which I guess most people like here.
No. I don't like season 2 of One Piece. I fucking love
Jeremy,
season 2 so far.
Can you stop thinking about it?
I can't stop thinking about it. If it wasn't for my love for Trump, I would have finished the entire season. But my love for Trump is still bigger than my love for One Piece. So,
how much bigger, Jeremy?
Probably equal. I don't know. But yeah, I can't wait, man. But I do. This season is just so good, and we're gonna get into it about like there are. If you're a One Piece fan, I know there's criticisms of it. I know we're a bunch of fucking normies probably when it comes to it, but yeah, I'm 4 episodes in. It's awesome.
Great, and then we'll talk about The Bride flopping. How many people watched The Bride here?
I have.
Everybody,
just me then. Everyone else was way too sane to actually watch that crap.
Yeah.
No, but I saw Hoppers.
I saw the
that was
trailer.
bad too.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. Oh,
man,
gosh,
that's a fart in the wind.
I'm fine. I'm just happy that we have finally reached a point where it's now universally accepted that Maggie Gyllenhaal is a ugly bitch, and she should have never been cast as Rachel in The Dark Knight. All right, that's the worst casting decision.
Hello, beautiful.
Yeah,
and you are beautiful.
Yeah,
he had to add that extra one in there just because he knew no one would.
Yeah. He almost broke character saying the line. He had to remind himself.
The only time he broke
actually why Heath Ledger did what he did. He just couldn't stand the guilt of lying to the audience.
You got
maybe
Bruce
she
Wayne.
had a good personality.
Yeah, no. You got Bruce Wayne and Harvey Dent fighting over Maggie Gyllenhaal.
Gyllenhaal.
Yeah. In your video, that was so good.
Dude. So we'll talk about The Bride. A big shocker. It flopped, guys. I mean, you know, because you got to find that article, X-Ray Girl, because according to the UCLA, people want more diverse programming and more diverse films. We'll discuss that as well. Gen Z is going to save movies. Hollywood's in trouble. Rebel Wilson. We're going to talk about the Rebel Wilson leaks, and not just like in her shorts, the leaks.
I thought you were talking about there was some like fappening stuff. I was like, please, God, no.
No, God, no.
We're going to talk about the Rebel Wilson leaks.
Why would I do that? I am not that cruel.
You made me watch Star Trek, Starfleet fucking Academy.
You are that cruel for that.
2 months.
Yes.
I have been subjected to some
what would you rather do?
Gary,
Starfleet Academy
or
or Rebel Wilson?
Out of the realm of possibilities.
iPhone leaks. That is a tough choice, to be honest with you. I'd have to think about it. Oh, let's take care of business first. So you guys all get ready, get your coffee, do what you need to do. So we got to take care of some business because this episode is brought to you by Rumble Wallet. You may have seen the conversations happening online lately. Censorship is back. It's happening everywhere. Platforms are controlling narratives and pushing the stuff they want us to see. We need to fight back. Rumble is the only company that has stood the test of time and deserves our support. On one side, Rumble is challenging big tech censorship, but now on the other side, they have introduced something that will give us protection from big banks shutting us off. Banks can cancel our accounts and freeze our cards. So that's why we have launched Rumble Wallet, a wallet that no one can cancel and a wallet that supporters can use to instantly tip creators like Geeks and Gamers without any middlemen taking cuts. With Rumble Wallet, you control your money, not a bank, not a government, not a tech company, not even Rumble can touch it. It's yours, only yours to protect and hold and caress and love your future and family. You can buy and save digital assets like Bitcoin, Tether Gold, and now you can use USAT. Thank you for showing me how to say that, X-Ray Girl. She writes these, by the way, like I am a kindergartner, and it's probably too high of a level. I'm still having trouble understanding it. Tether's US regulated stable coin in one place. Tether Gold is a real gold on the blockchain with ownership of physical gold bars. USAT keeps your money steady against inflation. No banks needed. It's not only a wallet to buy and save, but it also allows you to support your favorite creators like Geeks and Gamers and easily tipping them with a button. There will be no fees when you tip your channel or others. And we actually receive the tip instantly, unlike other platforms where we have to wait for payout. Support my show or Geeks and Gamers by clicking the tip button below on the Rumble channel. It's Wumble. I almost made it. Rumble. It's wallet.rumble.com. Download Rumble Wallet today. Open an account and step away from the big banks for good. Wallet.rumble.com and search Rumble Wallet in the App Store. Thank you very much. Business concluded.
I love it when I feel the tip instantly.
Right?
That was great job, Gary. Great job, buddy. We're proud of you.
Did you see that? My wife showed me the video last night. There's some girl, it's some stupid thing on Instagram, and she said, well, why do you tap it twice before you stick it in? And then it shows a guy putting his magic cards in his sleeves, and he goes, yeah, we have to tap it twice so the card gets in the sleeve perfectly, and then we slip it in the binder. That's why we do it. It was good. It's pretty good. Find that video. I thought it was clever. All right, why do we want to start? Well, let's just get Starfleet Academy over with.
Yeah.
Let's just get it over with.
Well, they made the mistake this week of saying there was hundreds of mines.
Okay, that's why I'm glad I waited to do the maths. Now, Cullen did the maths. Now I was talking about it on my watch party last night. I'm like, somebody needs to do the math. Cullen did the math, most of the math. I'm going to do the rest of the math in my video. There's more math to do, but we'll discuss a little bit.
You're going to get X-Ray Girl to do it. Is that what you mean?
Well, no, I'm going to get Glock to do it. But so the thing is, they kind of put themselves in a corner by saying hundreds. Now, what are we talking about? Omega 47 is a particle that somehow is unstable, but they've still stabilized it, Disparu, and they've put it in a containment device that's time delayed, so they make it a mine where they surround the entirety of Federation space, which is
It also says in this Federation space and the quadrant.
So
a quarter of the entire galaxy.
Millions of a square. I mean, is it cubic? Is it a cubic or square light year?
They're completely inconsistent about that because they call it a ring.
It would be volumetric.
A ring, and they call it a wall, but it's actually a bubble.
Yeah, it needs to be a sphere. Otherwise, you can just fly over the stupid things. But on the map, they show it as just a ring constantly. And then
apparently they don't live in 3-dimensional space, Shad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clearly.
So, they've created a little problem because at the end of episode 9, Noose Brock, Paul Giamatti somehow found the time resources to put hundreds of mines around the entirety of Federation space
simultaneously.
Well, within months. Yeah. And then
it's within a few hours because they go out, they scan, and they find one mine, and then when they come back from the planet, it's finished. So it's within the time it takes them to fly to that planet.
I thought they were there already and activated. Okay, I'll have to go back and read.
Yeah, because they flew out and they detected 2 mines on their long range scanners. And that was it.
Okay. Wow. So, by the way, unless they're using a subspace kind of way or warp way to travel, they are connected by energy, right? The mines are connected by an energy field. And how fast does energy travel to connect itself? Speed of light.
Speed
of light.
Of course.
So, how long would it take a bunch of mines, hundreds of mines surrounding a quadrant, to connect to each other at the speed of light? Couple million years,
as many light years as those
light years they're separated by, I suppose.
Well, Voyager said that the explosion of one particle is 7 light years diameter.
Okay. The number that Dave, what's the number that Cullen came up with? Octillion, something.
Now, bear in mind, the mines have not exploded, so subspace isn't damaged, yet for some reason, they have trouble communicating through subspace, and they need to go through some weird gap.
That's the energy field, apparently.
The TV broadcast is fine going through it.
That is.
My favorite thing about it is she gets a message and she goes, okay, I punched a hole through the field. You've got 2 minutes. And we have about 45 seconds of her not really saying much to the mom. And then even the conversation with them on the bridge is longer than 2 minutes. So no one hurries, even despite the fact we're on the clock.
Can we just appreciate the fact that a fucking retard that was kicked out of 3 high schools with a 10th grade education is correcting these fucking morons on their science? Because that's bad. That's kind of like when people say like Jeremy is the voice of reason. Like we're in a lot of fucking trouble if Jeremy is the voice of reason and I'm correcting people on their science. Disparu's smart, Shad's smart, but I'm not.
That's the sad part about, we're going to talk about One Piece in a little bit, but you can't watch One Piece and then compare it to Star Trek and not feel some kind of anger towards modern Hollywood writers.
Yep.
Like One Piece, that's a story that was told in the 2000s, right? At this particular arc in the story. So they didn't invent this. The modern writers didn't invent this. They adapted it, and they're under scrutiny. But you look at Star Trek, and there is no comparison. And Star Trek is just one. We got Daredevil coming up in a couple of days. It's just terrible upon terrible with no excuses.
I've been told things are getting better.
Angry.
And the thing is that we are going to get like more stuff this year. So quantity wise, we're getting more TV shows and more movies than we did last year because for some reason, and I think it was a holdover from the strike, they kicked a lot of stuff to 2016. So it was kind of a dead year entertainment wise. So we're just getting a sheer more quantity. Now in that, I think we're going to get some better things. I think Project Hail Mary is probably going to be pretty good. Enjoying the hell out of One Piece right now. A Night of the Seven Kingdoms was the best thing I've seen this year so far. So that's good, but it doesn't mean we're not going to get like 100 Madam Webs. And God, I miss Madam Web, to be honest with you, especially after seeing the
Dakota Johnson's
pictures. I'm like, I'm down for a sequel. How about you guys?
She's going to be like just laying there, sitting around in a sequel.
Okay.
She could be out
if she does it like in the pictures, that's fine.
She
My
has like
favorite
a
thing
web-
about that was in an advertisement for underwear, and the one picture that went viral is her not wearing it.
Not wearing any. It's so good you don't wear it, or it's invisible. But so yeah, I've been dying to talk to people, like, because this is something I can't sit down with my wife and go, you know how stupid it is to have minds surrounding a quadrant in space. My wife's gonna go, what? Shut up. So
is it as stupid as having a hologram do some kind of weird Doctor Strange thing on a giant testicle just to try and stabilize an atom somewhere with an algorithm? How does an algorithm stabilize an atom in the first place?
I don't know. We're going to get to that, but I wish I had the behind the scenes footage of the actor playing Sam, like doing her computer shit without the green screen. And she's like, damn, that's fucking
There's
Jesus.
so
I like how
much
when the
shit
doc-
that pisses me off with this episode.
When the Doctor hologram like becomes retarded, he's basically on the same level as Sam. Like they're able to effectively communicate because he's finally just as retarded as she is. But for him, it's like a malfunction. It's her standard operating procedure.
Yeah. And it was supposed to be, speaking in code or a different language where he was still trying to communicate.
Well, they're ripping off another episode of Next Gen.
Yes, they are.
It's the one where Picard goes and meets that alien, and the alien speaks in metaphor.
100%.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit they fucking rip off.
And then Encounter at Farpoint, because they're putting the Federation on trial, which is Jesus. Give me a break.
And why the fuck is no one addressing the fires on these spaceships? That is
I
honestly
did
drove
in
me
my
crazy.
video. I'm like, does anybody not think to put out the fire? Like at least on the USS Vagina, like put out the fire. No, they have torches.
But they have those robots. You would have thought the robots would automatically put them out and just do
the fire
stuff
suppression system. I mean, they're just sitting there doing nothing, and the fucking fires are burning. It's like literally your ship is on fire. Why is no one addressing this?
But going back to the Doctor and his speech, that guy outsmarted at least 1,000 years of Star Trek scientists. He outsmarted the entire Borg collective, none of who knew how to actually stabilize this atom, although it must be stable because it's not exploding immediately, so I don't know how they get around that. But he popped out, made a holographic ship, and then came back and somehow had the knowledge instantaneously that no one else had in the universe.
Where did he get that? He just came back both more retarded and smarter, and he has the key to solving one of the biggest problems.
Well, it seems like everyone did, because the hologram, she was like, "Oh yeah, those particles, which is how you make this atom, which is the most top secret thing in the universe," and then they use gluons to stabilize it. So it's like, so you already knew how to stabilize everything. Every single person knew.
Seriously,
yeah. Yeah, and there were there is the Omega molecule, Omega 47 that was introduced in Voyager. Omega 47 is a variant that apparently they couldn't stabilize, although they said multiple times that they stabilized it. They were going to use it as a power source, but it could also be used as a bomb. It was able to be stolen by basically a space
6 ships,
six ships that look like can openers. Commanded by Noose Braca, who started the season just stealing a warp drive and ends it by being able to dominate the Federation, annex planets, do all this crazy shit. Oh, and break into a super secret base had the information to steal the most dangerous thing in the universe, and then had the time to surround the entire Federation, an entire quadrant with these mines. This is Kurtzman Trek. And then their solution is the Doctor just magics his way into being able to extend his holographic matrix to showing that a ship blows up while hiding the other ship. Now, I don't know how he hid the other ship.
Shields protected them from getting blasted, which they didn't have because they showed us they had no shields seconds before they got blasted. And throughout all of this, what was Noose Braca's plan about why he because it wasn't to destroy the Federation or anything. It was we can turn off one of the mines and then we can go and raid that planet. Yeah. But we proved immediately that the entire Federation fleet can instantaneously warp out of their own space, arrive within a matter of seconds. So all they had to do is wait for Noose Braca to enact his plan and then just go through the gap in the wall that he created.
Pretty much.
And this is all to steal food in a universe that has replicators. Why not steal replicators?
I mean, let's not forget that also the big reveal and what defeats Noose Braca is that he's a man-child. She literally basically
fragile
says,
masculinity.
You're a man child, and we'll prove it. You're just a kid reliving these things that happened, this trauma from your childhood, and everybody fucking bails on him.
The entire theme of the entire series, and I get into this in my video, which has, strangely enough, it's the theme of a lot of genre entertainment and entertainment aimed at kids, is chosen family. Found family, chosen family. Now,
glitter family. I just
So if your family won't accept you, we will.
That comes from the Alphabet Mafia, but it actually has origins in Marxism. So I will read to you
if your family doesn't accept you, the state will take you and force you into servitude.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, the reason behind it is they think that the nuclear family gives some kind of unequal treatment. It gives people an advantage. And so if you want equality, you have to remove the nuclear family and have everyone raised the same way.
I mean, the people that have two parents are usually the most successful in this show, too.
Yeah. Well, they're not wrong.
Stable people.
The entire point is that it destroys the argument that inequality is bad. It's like, because the only way you can get around it is by destroying people.
So when I quick story. I was helping out a friend who was putting on the San Antonio Film Festival, and he asked me to interview an actor. So I interviewed Tony Plana, the plethora guy from Three Amigos. Cool dude. And he told me his entire journey. He's Cuban. So he's like, yeah, well, the reason we left Cuba was the state was going to take me away from my family because my family were dissidents. So they were going to put him in the state school. Yeah. So they took off. So for anybody who thinks, well, socialism and communism doesn't take kids away from family. Yes, they do. They absolutely do.
Yeah, they do.
100%.
I think they exploit separated parents too, just from everything I know about, because there's so much the states can come in and do once two parents are separated or divorced.
They exploit because any system's going to have a problem, Chrissy. No system's going to be perfect, and they exploit that. They're parasites. Like communism is a parasite. It's a parasite system that relies on something else to build something else, so they can go and take it over and turn it into a utopia that they turn it into a dictatorship, and then there's piles of bodies. That's pretty much how it goes. But it's never been implemented, guys. Never. They've never tried it before.
Never.
It could work. It could work. Ugh.
But that's
You
the
just need
theme.
the right person at the top, Gary.
Yeah,
that's right, or left. So
You said quarter black. Who said that?
Quarter black's editing. Don't bother him right now. He's busy. He'll be back next week. Yes.
Maybe just hearing shit. I don't know.
But Robert Picardo was preparing for the hate for this episode.
He was causing a lot of it, to be fair.
Well, yeah. Here we go.
What a fucking idiot.
Aww.
They're complaining about Starfleet Academy.
Maybe you should
nice deflection.
A knee slapper.
Maybe you should have kept your walker nearby before you start talking shit.
Yeah,
he did almost fall over for about 5 seconds.
Died. He would have broke a hip.
Who is that man?
Yeah. I ratioed him. So
he was an actor in the show that we just spent the last 9 weeks fucking.
I didn't recognize.
Who's that guy?
Who's that guy?
It is kind of wild, though.
That's Sam's dad.
It's the actor which gets the least criticism out of the entire show is the one losing his shit over everything. Everyone else has been quiet.
Yeah. Well, he's basically, they had to retroactively give the black body positivity neurodivergent hologram a dad. Yeah. So they gave her a white man.
So they gave her a successful white doctor. Yeah.
Yes, they did.
And he's like,
she's the only one that had a character arc.
Well, I think this is more
character development. I didn't say it was good, but it was something. And everybody else started the show and ended the same way.
Yes.
She's the only one that started as something and ended as something different. Again, it was bad, but at least she was more. I'm grasping at straws here.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But her character arc was literally downloading a new character into her brain.
That's the arc.
Hold on.
That's where we're at, folks.
But the character arc was going from completely, totally insufferable, the most retarded person we've ever seen, to just mild average retardation. Like that was the character arc for Sam.
Yeah.
And I think this was a way of getting rid of what they did, because they did say they rewrote the entire character for her when they met her because she had such energy on the set. And I do wonder if halfway through the season they were like, this is a bit much. We can't keep doing this. Let's find a way to tone it down.
They're like, we might have let your retardation go a little too far. Let's dial that back a little bit.
That just means she's a shit actor. Like whenever you hear any of that shit, that's what it means. When fucking Ruby Rose, always remember this, when Ruby Rose got cast in John Wick 2 or whatever, her character in that, who doesn't talk, who's a mute, it's not the way the character was supposed to be. But then they told her some shit. They're like, we just think it would bring some really cool energy if you couldn't talk. And it's like, oh, so she's such a terrible fucking actress. She was doing these lines and you realize this is not going to work. So let's just pretend that we planned for this character to be a mute so she never has to open her fucking mouth.
It's kind of like Jar Jar Abrams with, hey, Mark Hamill, we have this great idea. You're just going to be at the end of the movie looking. Okay? I mean, it's going to be really mysterious and cool.
And age poorly.
Age poorly. It did. Yeah. But that was the rumor.
Dean or Mark Hamill aged poorly? Which one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Especially his brain.
Needs clarification on that.
The clarification. So it ended, the series ended with a bunch of monologues, and Tatiana Maslany, this bitch, they tried to paint, this is typical Hollywood morality now. Let's go back on her character arc. She was trying to steal food, and when she did, in a place that has replicators, a Federation officer was murdered. She was rightfully put into jail for being the accomplice of murder, although she felt like
armed accomplice.
The armed accomplice, by the way, doesn't feel like she went to jail, should have gone to jail. Then she escaped, didn't find her kid while she was claiming to find her kid, didn't find her kid. When she eventually finds her kid, she immediately tells him to leave all his friends left to die, which he refuses to do. Good for him. And then she gives like something that gives like the Barbie speech a run for its money during court. She is judging the Federation, which she and she's talking about how much of a victim she is and where was the kindness shown to her from the Federation.
It was worse than that. She said, Newsbroker sacrificed things for me. What did the Federation sacrifice for me?
Exactly.
Like, why? You don't matter enough. You are beneath the Federation.
It was a woke white woman giving her defense. And even when it's thrown in her face that, no, you killed somebody and this person had a family, she's like, you're still guilty, Holly Hunter and the Federation. So she still pronounces him guilty. And then when it all is said and done, they forgive her. They let her go. They let her go free. It's like, what the fuck?
It's because such a wrong was done to her, even though she did the crime, right? And she got sentenced. But Holly Hunter's entire thing has been trying to make up for that. And you can, if your son gets hurt, you can kill me anyway. I want to die.
I don't want to be here anymore.
There's so many
justice has been failed.
There's so many loose threads. So in the previous episode, she was clearly recognized by one of the people who was about to say something, and that's why she started shooting them all. So I thought there'd be something in this that she was actually the leader of the pirates or something, that she was the real boss.
Yeah.
And yes, they put out a thing, or Kurtzman came out a thing and said, well, actually, now you'll see the story twist, and what you think is real will not be real. And so I think she is still actually the why behind them, and that's why he let her off and let her pronounce sentence and stuff. I think they're going to be really clever.
I don't think they're capable of that. There is nothing. If you watch the first episode, you get that idea. And every episode, there's something that can twist. There's a moment either in 3 or 4 where Genesis could be a spy. Like if you're reading into it and looking for these things, they could be there. They're not capable of writing like that. It is all surface level. If this is the kind of show, you don't even have to pay attention. It's just going to be an emotional dolphin weave. That's it. It's bad emotion, good emotion, bad emotion, good emotion. I mean, you guys are applying more logic than I've tried. I can't because it gives me a headache. You can't apply any kind of consideration to what is happening. It's just high emotion, low emotion, high emotion, low emotion until credits roll. I would say the only thing I like about this show is that it has an ending, and the story concluded. If they canceled season 2, it's not like we're left on a cliffhanger. It came down to
oh no, you will be on season 2.
First thing. I know
they've said season 2 ends. They've said season 2 ends on a cliffhanger. They were specifically asked, and they said, "Does everything wrap up? So if you get cancelled, it'll be a nice thing." They went, "No, this is a 4-year
why
season."
wouldn't they?
So is that the reason why they reshot the ending? Is because of that?
Well,
Maybe.
I think they're going for that. The fan.
Yeah,
I think they're going for that. The fans really want the end of the story. They'll start a campaign kind of tactic.
How you can guess that Tatiana Maslany is the boss is this is Kurtzman Trek, and they would not let a dude run any organization, good or bad. Like that, there's no masculinity. There's no dudes in charge of anything. So she's obviously the boss of some kind.
Because women get things done.
Because they get things done.
Girls get things done. Yeah.
And out of the whole thing, I hated everything in this show, but I guess the steaming turd on top of the pile is all those Star Trek ships we saw in the end. They all looked like friggin' crap.
Oh, they were awful.
They look like scrap metal. It's a bunch of scrap metal flying around in space. Like detached nacelles. And if you guys don't know, like the nacelles are they're attached to the ships, right? Those are that's and nothing is attached at all, which makes no sense at all on any level. And I don't know, and it doesn't even look good. Star Trek had the sexiest ships of them all.
And these look just absolutely awful.
That might be the thing I'm the most angry about is how bad the ships look in this. Because I'm like, at least I could look at the ship porn. Just give me those. But everything looks terrible, dude.
One of them was like a very thin donut shape. I'm like, what is even the purpose for that? It's very inefficient. You have to move further to get from one area of the ship to the other one. And you have to when you design a ship, you design it for a reason. So you had your science ships, you had your war vessels, and they planned it all out. They actually thought about the science behind it, and let's just make a circle. That'll be cool.
Yeah.
And the logic behind
that's the fun into it.
And the
it's like, well, if it turns
behind
sideways, maybe the missiles will miss.
Yeah.
In case people don't know, the logic behind Star Trek ships actually really clever. The sources section is the more habitable section. The engineering, the part that has a possibility to explode, they separate that and make that different. And the warp nacelles, right? They have the highest radiation, so they need to be the furthest from the ship, but they need to obtain line of sight to each other to create a warp bubble. And so that's why Voyager's ones tilt up when it goes into warp. That's why they're on a high angle so they can see one another. Oh. And there you have the configuration of standard style Star Trek ships. There's logic and science behind it. Now they've just they spew something out and they throw logic to the wind. It's like, it's sci-fi because they're floating and connected. When when there's no power, they literally can't get from one point of the ship to the other because they're now separated physically. It's just retarded.
It's retarded.
I mean, now.
We were consistently shown how, they had backups. If the power went out, there's still a way to move around the ship if you have to. There's ways to get around things and bypass other areas of the ship because they knew there was danger. And if things went sideways, they needed people to do this and function. Yeah, these ships, literally, they could just accidentally turn the power off and the entire ship sucks and doesn't work.
There's something worse than that. So when the ships docked, they still used physical docking. And someone's like, well, you've got force fields. Why don't you just have a force field path? It's like, well, because if the energy dies, everybody in the tunnel dies. Yeah. And then you cut to Discovery, and they've just got force field docking, and all these people are walking through like none of it matters. And they completely dropped all the logic from the original series.
Remember when they had that elevator that was basically a roller coaster inside the Discovery? I don't know if you remember that far back. It was the elevator, and it was just... It's like it's like Space Mountain inside a spaceship. Oh God, it's been 10 years of this shit. I'm trying to, for my video, I was trying to go way back to, I found the Yum Yum clip, and it's like, there's so much bad. There's a great scene of where a guy gets decapitated in front of Picard and his head just kind of slides off, and old ass fucking Patrick Stewart, who could barely move, has the dumbest fucking look on his face. It's so good. It's in a bunch of Red Letter Media videos. And then there's the guy getting his eye drilled out. There's the severed Klingon baby head. Does anybody remember that? The severed little baby that looked like a just fucking doll head that they were showing. Remember when the Klingons looked like orcs? Does anybody remember this?
I remember that. Yeah,
I watched
that's when I stopped
garbage,
watching.
Yeah.
Before the show came out, I stopped watching it because I saw that they fucked up the Klingons again, and they were like, "Well, yeah, but
there's the Klingon pissing, and it's got two streams because he's got two dicks."
and the quadra-testicles, which means that, which is weird, right? Because you've already got a backup in that case. It would still function. And like, no, we have to double both of them.
We did an entire stream on like whether or not they had fucking two buttholes. Like we're discussing the amount.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden, he's getting both of them fucking wham.
One can recover.
I need double.
Oh, it's the human in that scenario.
Jaden's parents were polyamorous, so 2 dudes and 1 chick. So 4 dicks and only 3 holes.
4 dicks and 1 Klingon?
Yeah.
It's not a problem. It's just a challenge.
Don't judge me, Chad. It was COVID. We didn't have a lot to talk about. Okay. So.
Hey, did this season did it stick the landing? Because did it stick the landing of like the worst episode was the final? Was that did they do?
Yeah. It's because it's the dumbest. Like I mean, if it depends on what you're judging on for like just sheer like woke or whatever.
As a kid was worse for me.
That Sam episode was.
Because I do remember like
dumbest episode.
I recall in the middle of the season, you guys there was one episode that you guys were just like, this takes it to a whole different level. And
yeah, that's the worst episode. The worst episode was earlier, but this was the dumbest episode of Star Trek.
Yeah.
I mean, just slightly thinking about like how big space is and how impossible it would be to surround a quadrant of space that large with mines, and how long it would take, and how like you have to. It's still Star Trek, but you still have to make things, and you need people to make things, meaning you need to feed these people to make things, and you need to pay these people to. And by the way, these are the things Star Trek fans think about. You don't go in this, you don't take this isn't like taking on like Hawaii Five-0. This is Star Trek. So you have fans that have expectations, that have fucking manuals and blueprints and have studied them for years. This is a fandom that's going to pick your shit apart. And and Kurtzman has never thought about that ever. He is the ultimate Hollywood grifter. He's never done anything good in his fucking life. He has nobody should have given him money. Nobody should have put him in charge. Actually, he wasn't put in charge. He usurped Star Trek from Brian Fuller. Brian Fuller conceived Star Trek Discovery, and Kurtzman came in and slid it. By the way, the reason Kurtzman was into Star Trek was his writing partner, who is now dead, Roberto Orci, was the Star Trek fan and convinced Jar Jar to do the Star Trek stuff. And they kicked Roberto Orci to the curb. So Kurtzman is just a leech. That's all he's ever done. He's never deserved. Like Kathleen Kennedy, she's produced some good films. How much she had to do with it, I don't fucking know. But she's produced some good films. Russell T Davies made good Doctor Who. Alex Kurtzman has never done anything good, ever. Except for destroy Star Trek. He did a good job destroying Star Trek.
You called him a leech, so he must be really good at sucking, because that's the only way you're getting that many jobs in Hollywood. Like... This, I mean, it's so bad, because there are so like entire episodes around, just because you can like do maximum warp there's no shortcuts in space. Like you know that there's a time, like we can't get there in time, or this ship might be able to get there in time if we do this or that. But like anytime they have a time constraint, somebody goes, well, what if we just like, I don't know, stick our thumb up our ass, it'll make us go a little faster, and then we can get there in 15 minutes instead of 12 hours like originally planned. Like it's all convenience, it's all plot contrivances just to get their own problems that they wrote solved. I'm like, you can't even work your own problems out in your own show that you're writing and have complete control of.
All their songs have the same hooks, period. So there's plot complication, emotional distress scene with a eureka moment. That's pretty much Kurtzman Trek.
So I just remembered something. They had a whole thing in the episode of him connecting with that girl to like connect with his mother to find where their location was, when he's literally broadcasting from the atrium of the other ship, and they know where that other ship was because they left it in a specific spot.
Hey, but they took the time to write a bunch of graffiti on the walls, Shad. So it was
did.
Yeah, would have not hidden it.
Oh, and they needed to use Brett Cooper's powers through Caleb's mind to track people who all had comm badges on.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh, that was fine. No, that was fine, because they specifically said it's not magic. So that's everything. Like no take backsies.
This isn't magic. So
because you can't track comm badges.
We won't explain how it works, but
oh yeah.
Amy's field of writing was like kind of almost like meant for, like it was almost clipped in a sense. Like it just seemed like they're trying to make clips for social media rather than have like a 100% conversation.
Yes.
Because that's what they do. Like you can go on social media, especially Facebook. you will see clips of this show and you'll just see that little moment and then people going, oh my God, I love Star Trek. This is why I love everything about Star Trek. And then anybody that goes in there and says this show sucks, the people that are defending it haven't really watched the show. They watched a clip of the show. And that is like that is the more important currency to them, is that they can get their own social media to like blow up, or these clips to go viral and stuff like that. And I mean, the show is basically just shitty fan fiction. Like it's bad fan fiction, and it reads like somebody just wrote or had an AI shit out bad fan fiction about Star Trek and gave it no context for what Star Trek was. Like,
and so,
everything's opposite. It's like opposite fan base, opposite way of going about everything. Yikes.
Yeah. Something that backs up the social media thing is they did release a trailer every week, but it was always in only vertical format. And so that is basically TikTok shorts. So 30 to 60-second clips is the only thing they kind of wanted and the market they were going for.
Yep. It's harder to write stories that way. Like, it's harder to write. We have the two-pronged issue. The Netflix way of writing, where you have to over-talk through everything in case the audience isn't paying attention. But then the second thing is writing for shorts. Those are difficult things to do. You would have been better off just making an honestly good show that honored the source material. You would have gotten plenty of clips out of it, number one, and more people would have talked about it, more people would have watched it. But instead, you're catering again to a unicorn audience, whether it's politically or ideologically driven, or not not Star Trek fans, like not people that are ever going to be interested in your show. It doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
Like Starfleet Academy is definitely political, but I think when it comes to the audience, it's harder to write good content in 60 seconds, but it's not hard to do like an emotional piece in 60 seconds, which is what they were going for. It's why they don't care about the traveling, because the traveling is just getting in the way of getting to the objective so they can have an emotion about something. And so they just want to teleport. I think this is why it's in Rings of Power. They never cared about the distances. They just wanted to get to the set so the social interaction could happen, because that's what they value.
Jar Jar Abrams disciples. We're talking about Jar Jar, J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, Jar Jar Abrams disciples, Alex Kurtzman, Jar Jar Abrams disciples, Damon Lindelof with the lanterns, Jar Jar Abrams disciple.
Yep.
You seeing a pattern here?
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, like, the irony is, the emotional beats that you're looking for are when you're traveling. That's when people have nothing to do and they're just going from point A to point B, and you're camping or you're resting or you're preparing for things, and you can have a moment where two characters connect, because guess what? They don't have a problem right now. They're on their way to solve a thing or deal with something. And when you get there, that's when you have all the action and all the things, and you're dealing with that. And then the emotional beats that you set up while they were connecting with each other on the road or in space or whatever, those are the moments, like those when you pay that off during the action and stuff. But you'd actually have to be a decent writer and understand how that all works. And a lot of this is just about formulas. Well, we have a formula that we know will make viral clips. We have a formula that appeals to the one fan base that we're trying to appeal to. And so you just kind of stick to that formula. That's why Hollywood is in such a bad spot. They literally have books of formulas that tell you this is how you write a hit TV show. This is how you write a hit movie. And they use that formula. And when you have people that don't actually have creative, any creative talent, they use that formula without having any idea why it works or why that formula is.
They want
not only that
tween audience, and it's like they're assuming that tween audience that would go for Twilight wouldn't be interested in all the things Shad just mentioned, like, oh, how does this ship actually work, and why is it behind? I don't know. It's kind of like, I mean, it's obviously disrespectful, but it's like they're just assuming that the audience they want wouldn't be interested in these things,
which they're not.
There's another layer of crap to everything you're saying, and everything you're saying, I agree 100%. Because writing to get an emotional reaction is important. Like having people invest in the emotion is good, but they are writing to get emotion through an ideological lens. Everything that you see in this show is about validating someone for who they are, validating their experience, or blaming someone else for their problems in their life and stuff like that. It is completely the progressive woke ideology that this show is trying to get.
And that's the formula they have been using for the last 10 years now that never worked. And they broke the formula for TV that worked, which was 20 to 25 episodes a season, procedural, worked for decades, still works. Those shows get watched like crazy. I'm going to the top 10 at Paramount right now. Starfleet Academy's finale came out yesterday, and it's already off the top 10.
Go figure. And the one thing that Mike pointed out is that the reason why these formulas work is because
you know what's on it? Comics, NCIS is 2.
Yes.
Heck yeah, it is.
Well, I mean, traditionally, to get an emotional reaction, you would have someone do something that most people would actually resonate with, like a man saving a woman in distress. The classic trope.
Yeah, a lot of people can relate to that.
Many people can relate to that, and women like to be saved. Men like to save women, and there's
as much as the feminists don't want to admit it. Yes, they want to be rescued too.
And so people react with emotion with that. But when you have someone say, all the problems that I legitimately caused are your fault and I'm deflecting all responsibility, or you need to accept who I am and I'm not going to change at all, because if you don't accept me as I am, you're a bigot and stuff like that. That's the underlining message.
That was the entire speech from Tatiana Maslany. You just described it perfectly.
Yeah. And the other thing too is we also have the feminist journey through was it Less Attractive Brett Cooper. It's like, she never struggled to be able to use her power. She was great.
She took off her inhibitor.
She held back. She's always been perfect. She's always had it inside her. No pun intended.
It's always been you.
Caleb.
She had the same inhibitor that Captain Marvel had.
That's right.
Exactly.
The same fucking thing. So yeah, they just repeat the same bullshit. And this guy's a hack. He's a grifter. He's the 100%. Worst. Doesn't care about Star Trek. So now that Paramount is in control, there is no Star Trek. There hasn't been Star Trek in production for a long time. There's no Kurtzman Trek in production or greenlit. They're in discussions. Alex Kurtzman on starting discussions with Paramount Skydance over the future of Star Trek TV. And they're already talking about, there might be Star Trek Year 1 with Captain Kirk, although they've already done it. It's called Star Trek. If you want to know what's going to happen with fucking Paramount, Warner Brothers, you keep an eye on Star Trek. You keep an eye on if this guy keeps his job or not. That'll tell you everything you need to know about the future of DC and everything else they're going to touch.
If he gets an extension, just throw away
all that. Yeah.
Well, why is it that you could just put a hat on Alex Kurtzman, a hat on J.J. Abrams, a hat on Damon Lindelof, and they would all basically be the exact same fucking person with their dumb glasses and shit?
Yep. You know what I mean? Dumb glasses, fucking dumb glasses.
I'm hoping the discussions are going to be here's the door, sir. Leave, please.
Well, my favorite pitch for a new show came from Tawny Newsome, who said, "You should hire us because we're cheap and unemployed." It's like, that is the correct way to get a new movie.
You should be unemployed, please. So yeah, Star Trek sucked. My video will be out in a couple days. Disbrew has a video out now. Az has a video out now.
R.I.P. to Az, by the way.
R.I.P. to Az.
Yep. Yeah. Wait. Where is he?
Dead.
Well, how did he die?
He got sick. Well,
Starfleet Academy killed him. That's why you need to watch his video. You'll get all the details.
Yeah.
Does he have feline AIDS? What does he have?
He got imagination AIDS and died.
Yeah.
He got sick right before Real BBC and tried to get through the show, dude, and he would disappear for 20 minutes puking. Oh no! And I got stuck, and then Mahler dropped out, and I couldn't add him, so I was like,
no!
And I'm stuck there.
I heard it was a shit show. I wasn't able to watch, but I just saw people in my comments were like, it was a shit show, and I'm like, it can't be any worse than Main Event, but.
Did you start just bagging and boarding comics, Scary?
No, I had to read his super chats while he was gone. So that's what I did.
So you couldn't add Mahler back?
I couldn't add Mahler, dipped out for some reason. I couldn't add him.
No.
It's so fucking good.
Mahler was in the chat. It was saying, you can just phone me on Discord. So you've just got the entire chat is just going, Gary, read the chat, let Mahler on Discord. And for about 5 minutes.
And it was like, what am I going to put you through my phone on the mic? No, let's just start a new stream.
What's a Discord?
I know what a Discord is now, okay? Good. It took me a while.
Good, you have one. Jesus.
I do.
What do you want from me?
I got to go back and watch this episode.
He edited it, but it was a shit show. And Mahler and I were all excited. We're like, we're going to talk about Firefly for an hour, and we got to talk about it for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So I'm going to talk about it here, okay?
I'm about to
great. But yeah, Star Trek sucked.
Yeah,
that's all I'm gonna say. And videos.
It's over. It's over now.
It is yet to make an appearance, as far as I've seen in the Nielsen ratings. It doesn't even crack into the top 10 on Paramount Plus anymore when it comes out. I mean, depending on the country, I suppose. But
well, here in America, it's gone.
At least for you know, some of the other things in this new Trek era, like at least Strange New Worlds had a couple appearances on the Nielsen charts and stuff. This one, despite the hour-long runtime, the 2-episode premiere, nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. And it was worse than The Acolyte because it was longer.
Yep.
Yeah, here we go. We got
but at least it's over.
hit original.
For now.
It's not going to be on overall. So what do we have here? The Lincoln Lawyer, The Pit, Bridgerton,
The Burbs?
Love is Blind, The Burbs. Wow.
The Burbs made it.
Wow.
I can't believe we stopped watching it.
I can't believe it either.
That was a whole season dump on there, which, you know.
Oh, okay.
Probably why I was able to get there. If they had just released one episode, you'd be looking at 100 million minutes watched, you know. But
real quick, I want to talk about The Bride. You don't have to have seen it. It was everything you thought it would be. It was a giant feminist disaster. It was trying to put itself off as like some kind of fucking punk rock art film. It was
when I saw the interviews on the fucking red carpet, because I'm a Christian Bale fan, so I'm like, oh, Bale's in it, and it's all they talked about was representation and how important this was that Maggie Gyllenhaal was able to tell her story as a woman in Hollywood. I'm like, fuck this. This is gonna be dog. Yeah, like it was obvious the direction that this shit was going. That's all they talked about.
Have you seen the
there was an
where she's
interview-
like, I don't know if you're mentioning this, Disprove, but like she's like, the moment I became a director was actually the moment Trump became president.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like it's so fucking.
There is that, but there was also an interview with AMC
whoa,
Theater.
Whoa!
That's a
What's Emperor Palpatine?
Gotta warn us, Gary.
She was never like a cute.
Oh, sorry. That was
girl.
X-Ray Girl. I didn't add it.
Oh, X-Ray Girl.
Never
like. There was also an interview with AMC Theaters where they asked Christian Bale,
Now you
what
got
was your
it.
motivation for joining this movie? And he said, I like to flirt with career suicide. So he knew the movie he was making.
He really said that?
He said that to AMC Theaters.
shit.
It's on their YouTube channel.
Well, that's a test whether or not I'll have a job tomorrow.
I could tell you this movie was fucking brutal to watch. It was just it was steeping with feminism. Everything, the entire theme, Disbrew knows because he watched it. The entire theme of the movie is men need to step aside. And it takes place in the 30s, and it's supposed to be an art film, but then they go to a club, and it's like a modern club, and then like Penelope Cruz can't understand a fucking word she's saying because of her thick accent, is like supposed to be the brains between two detectives. She becomes a detective at some point when the man quits in shame for being misogynistic and hands over his badge. And there's a scene at the end.
His penis, then.
Yeah, there's a scene at the end where Dr. Annette Bening and Penelope Cruz basically dismiss all the men out so the women can talk. And
oh no, it's worse than that. They dismiss all the men so that the women can get together and resurrect a murderer so she can go out and commit more crime.
Yeah.
Like this entire thing does not paint feminism in a good light at all, but for some reason they think it does. She starts a revolution where these women just go out and start murdering innocent people in the street. And that's supposed to be a good thing.
And screaming power fantasy. And screaming brain attack for some reason.
Oh, yeah, well, that's because, and I think the quote was something like, you want brains? I've got brains. There's lots of brains in this thing. There's loads of brains. This is a brain attack.
Yep.
Like,
what?
This is an incredible script.
I am and you know what? After hearing that again, I'm convinced. So much.
Was Bale even like decent in it? For the people that watched
he tried, but it's like
he tried, but they made him a simp. He was basically just this weak guy that followed her around, really loved everything that she was doing, adored her and exists. At one point, he proposes to her, and she says no, and for some reason that makes him like her more. It was really strange.
Yeah.
Nice.
So the whole point of this is Maggie Gyllenhaal is a nepo baby, and she was given $90 million budget. Plus 65 million in marketing, which honestly I did not see anywhere. I didn't see a lot of marketing for this.
What did
so
you
it's
say?
100,
not see?
I did not see that it was $65 million in marketing, but what I did see is real.
Is real.
Okay.
I pick up what you're laying down.
There you go. There you go. All right.
I was thinking about this moment because on the one hand, we've had all these interesting, films come out just this year. Chloe Zhao with Hamnet, Lynn Ramsey with Die My Love, Kristen Stewart with The Chronology of Water. But on the other hand, there's only 8% of films that were made by women.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a 7-year low.
Oh, no.
Because nobody cares.
What do you think that says?
That it shouldn't matter.
Women suck as directors?
Whether to say this.
Say it.
I think that it's fine. Like when we make little movies, cute, or like go make your little movie. Starts to get dangerous when women have their hands on a lot of money.
Because I agree.
Because they burn it.
Who gave you a lot of money, Maggie?
I agree.
How are those returns in the movie, lady?
Give women a lot of money and
It's
then
7-year
power.
low. Yeah.
Notice how we immediately pivoted, though, from the number of female directors having jobs to we need to have loads of money and we need to be on the biggest movies. Like, it is just pure self-interest to improve your own career.
She mentioned Chloe Zhao earlier. How'd she do with the Eternals? Not very well. Not very well.
Well, that's
is that her fault or Marvel's fault?
What about Nia DaCosta?
Nia
What about her last-
DaCosta, who did Marvels and then the fucking Bone Temple that absolutely nobody watched. To be fair,
Even
funny.
when you have a woman, what's her name from Wonder Woman? What's her name? Patty Jenkins.
Patty
You have a
Jenkins.
woman who had a successful movie. A lot of perception around it was that she was great. She got a huge amount of support for the follow-up and fucked everything up. So like, there's just no way to spin this narrative. Like, there just isn't.
It's funny because Nia DaCosta, when the Bone Temple was about to come out, I was like, I don't think this is going to do well. And people on like Twitter and stuff were like, the Marvels wasn't her fault. That was Marvel doing that to her. Okay. Just look at the early reviews. Everyone says it's good. And then it came out and I was like, okay, I guess we'll see, if it flops, it flops, fucking flops. And all those defenders got real fucking quiet again. Also, though,
if the failure isn't her fault, then what does it matter if you've got a female director?
Can you
if
guys
she's not
even
there
think
doing
of
her job,
a
why does it
single
matter?
Female director who hasn't made a speech like this.
I don't know if she has or not, but Catherine Bigelow.
Catherine Bigelow.
I was going to say, I don't know.
She's one of the best of the female directors.
What were we going to say, Ryan?
Yeah.
I was going to say Catherine Bigelow, Hurt Locker.
Yeah.
But again, just because I don't know, she said it doesn't mean she hasn't necessarily. Yeah. But also at the same time, only 8% of the movies are made by women, so I don't see too many of them.
Disproportionately, 8% of the women make 60% of the flops.
When it comes to Nia DaCosta, I will say I didn't see Bone Temple, and I had no intention to, because 28 years later was fucking awful. So I don't know how many people also felt like me that actually got excited for 28 years later and then had no interest showing up 6 months later for Bone Temple, regardless of how many people said it was good.
Yeah, I'm in that boat.
Yep.
And now they're not going to do the third one.
Oh, really?
That's what I heard.
What happened?
I don't know.
Well, the interviewer here listed 3 movies. I hadn't heard of any one.
Yeah, I haven't heard any of them either.
No, but she's saying people need to give us more money. Nobody is stopping women directors from making their own independent films. Get your own fucking money.
And that's the problem. When you talk about women as a group, when you should be talking about individual directors, it comes down to just like, do you have a standout woman doing good work? Not like, we need to make DEI-ify this even more.
Yeah, it only goes one way, right? No, there's nobody who's sitting there and counting the number of black wide receivers in the NFL and saying, you know what, there's way too many blacks out there playing wide receiver. We should really make sure to get more white people out there. Because you know what? Pretty damn good chance they're not going to be as quick. They're not going to jump as high. Now, also better chance they don't get arrested for beating a woman or fucking
smaller
somebody or whatever. Those are a different story. But still, it only ever goes one way.
Oh.
And if you remember Kathleen Kennedy years ago when she was at one of these pro-woman interview conferences, she said on stage, because it was a whole feminist interview, she goes, I will have a woman direct Star Wars in the next several years. She said that. And the fact that she never was able to do that shows you that there are no qualified women, because she would have if she could have. Now, she did get a woman to run a TV show. And how did that work out? Not too well. So at the end of the day, you can force this out there. You can talk about it. You can whine about it. But if there's not enough qualified individuals putting the work in at the ground level to elevate themselves and get into the trenches, then it's not going to happen.
It reminds me of when Biden was like, well, I'm going to appoint a black female, U.S. Supreme Court. And it's like,
how did that work out?
Instead of like, oh, we'll just appoint whoever's most qualified. But, they get points from their group when they make it about
they do. And then when you have like a Hollywood feminist simpleton like Nepo baby Maggie Gyllenhaal, whose dad and mom worked in the industry, whose brother is famous, nobody would have given some random woman $90 million to make this movie. So she has now set female directors back decades in Hollywood. So congratulations. But she has more to say. She has more to say. What made her become a director, by the way. So there is actually somebody.
Her face, we all know.
Yes, we can all. There is one person to blame for the bride, and it's not Maggie Gyllenhaal.
You know what you're saying? You're saying it's a tiny percentage, but look at how many of those movies were movies that made an impact. Like if you've had your mouth shut for so long, almost like a geyser, like having your hand on something. Well, when it bursts, it's going to come out really powerfully.
Sounds like when I jerk off.
Like, and I wonder,
and then you put it into a paper towel and throw it away.
Yeah, like been there, done that. So I can guarantee you, Maggie Gyllenhaal was
and
not.
that's the face you have when you finish it. Right there.
It's bursting.
Jeremy's busting up face.
And get out.
I don't even know what our argument is, though, because it's like, do you know that I won't shut up? It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that what you're saying is of any use
or relevant, for that matter.
This will be in the thumbnail on Nerdrotic Daily right here.
But it's also not true. This whole like feminist victim narrative of women have been muzzled for years and stuff like that. Yeah, it's nonsense. It's just
okay. I will say one thing about this. It's gonna bring like an unstoppable response, maybe especially from women. I will say, and I don't know if I've said this out loud before. Again, maybe I'll get in trouble, but
I'm gonna get canceled.
I actually think that when I really became a director was actually, I think, the first time that the morning that Trump was first elected.
Oh yeah, that's going to get you so much trouble, Paul.
I have a lot more.
So brave, so stunning. Fuck off.
This is like when Ryan will remember when John Boyega said, "I'm going to they're going to take me down in Hollywood for saying this or some shit." When he was out there doing that protest bullshit, and it's like,
everyone in Hollywood, they're for Black Lives Matter.
Yeah.
Persona non grata. There, John Boyega.
Like they've ever risked anything.
Nope, no risk were taken.
I thought Jeremy was going to sympathize with her as it inspired a streaming career.
That didn't happen until a few years later. So I didn't get motivated to do that until like 2017.
So the bride is Trump's fault. Okay, that's it.
Yeah. I mean, look. Bottom line is, can we all appreciate that Christopher Nolan did her wrong, man? Because putting her in that role of "You Are Beautiful" has followed her forever. My goodness. I don't care how crazy Tom Cruise was. I don't care if he was jumping on couches. I don't care if he was body slamming Katie Holmes. You make that happen instead of bringing Maggie Gyllenhaal into that. Because now, like, she's ugly, all right? But no matter what, whenever I see her, and I feel like when the majority of people see her, they're like, we put emphasis on how ugly she is because of that scene. Like, I can't forget about it.
She's only 48.
Really?
Holy crap!
Yeah.
Really? Jesus.
Yeah, she's a hard 48.
That just got worse.
That is hard.
The Wall has hit her. Wow.
Undefeated.
She deserves all the backlash she's getting. I'm glad that this has happened. I agree with Gary. I don't think she's really set women directors back, though. Like, women directors have set women back. Like, it's just like
she sets herself back.
Yeah, like if this would have been successful, this doesn't elevate. There's no other women this is going to elevate.
Right.
They're all still dog shit. And so the fact that she got a massive budget, you have one of the greatest actors in the world. Who else was in this movie, by the way? So this the girl in it's supposed to be an Oscar favorite, right? For something. I've heard that the
For
girl,
Hamnet.
yeah, I heard she's an Oscar favorite as well. So you've got a hell of a cast of people here. You've got a massive budget. You've got all the support from the mainstream media and the Hollywood infrastructure, and it's done nothing but flop miserably.
And also, Maggie wrote it, she directed it, she's been on numerous interviews going, no one held her back, this is her vision, it's her mind, this is how she thinks, it's everything to do with her. So she cannot disown this one and blame somebody else. It's all on her shoulders. My favorite thing about the weekend stat, though, is that Melania had a similar opening weekend, and it had half the budget. So all her comments about Trump got beaten by Trump's wife.
Good. Melania deserved it.
Good Lord.
Well over $100 million flop right here. Love to see it.
What was the weekend total for the worldwide?
Only like 13, like
it's bad.
13 million. It's only up to 15 million now.
Cost 90 million.
It is dangerous when women get their hands on a lot of money.
Yeah,
it really is.
Right now, it's about 147
I think
million
this
in the
is the silver lining here is nobody's going to give her that much money ever again.
Oh
no. But and the thing is, if you want, like you said, if you want to brag, talk about how this is your complete vision and you got all this control and all of this money, awesome. Now everybody knows that you suck as a director.
Pretty much.
It is definitive. Okay.
Yeah, and if you go back, because like I said, I did have some interest in this when I saw Bale was the lead or one of the leads, and watching all of the promotional stuff. There was a level of arrogance to her when talking about this. She felt like this was going to be something like, and it's that Hollywood bubble that has been created around him, or around them, all of them. And so you have this huge budget, you have a really good cast, and you have the media just, just falling over themselves, praising her. Yes. And so she had a lot of confidence that this is going to be huge. And now, I think there was I know Stephanie had posted something on Twitter. I guess she's starting to lean into the misogynist now. And the reality is, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but I'm pretty sure, and Odin or Ryan can clarify this. I'm pretty sure that it was 53% male audience with the opening weekend demographics.
Wow. Yep.
So the fact is more men showed up to this movie than women. And yet it's misogynists that are holding her down. Same song and dance that
women
we've seen
typically
every
aren't
time.
interested in these types of movies. And when I initially heard about it being set in the 1930s and being kind of like a Bonnie and Clyde story, I was like, hey, this sounds kind of interesting. I didn't hear about the feminist aspect till much, much later. But yeah, this is typically a movie that women won't show up for, which is why you see predominantly men showing up.
I think they told about Barbie and they thought they could do that, and for some reason wanted to mix it with Joker 2, which is the weirdest combination of all time. You can understand why women want to go to Barbie and be sort of in pink dresses and go around and everything's nice and cute, but then to mix, do they really want to project themselves as essentially a hideous necromantic monster that goes around killing people as puking up black bile?
That looks like you just blew a squid.
Yeah.
Well, she did what is it, where they go out and the public watch it beforehand, and they got all the feedback, and she had to be drawn back because it was too gruesome and too abusive to women in her own movie. And she even openly said, this isn't for entertainment, this is to make the audience uncomfortable. Well, why does anyone want to go to your uncomfortable movie to relax?
God, why does it remind me of the newer Joker that came out?
It's just like Joker 2. It even has the same dance scenes.
It had people walking out in the middle of it. It flopped miserably. It came from Warner Brothers. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities, and it feels and it has a female empowerment message. It has a Harley Quinn knockoff, which is the bride. Yeah, lots of similarities. Lots.
Did you say Harley Quinn? That was funny.
I think my favorite villain.
There you go.
It even has the same cinematographer. She straight up was just like, "Yo, just get people from the Joker to be on this."
Oh, it did?
Yeah,
no. Wait.
Wow.
The same cinematographer?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think my favorite was the villain who doesn't just kill women, but he cuts their tongues out and keeps them in jars behind him on a wall.
Dude,
like,
wait.
Just
wait. The message was a little subtle there. But
Yeah,
were they
totally.
trying to say something about silencing women? I'm not sure. I missed it. I'm kind of dim.
I think so. He was holding his hand over them like a geyser. It was like the only way you could stop them is to cut their tongues out.
And everybody wanted to rape her.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
I think a lot of that was cut out of the movie.
That
as
is
well.
how the world works, actually.
Because yeah, right in this movie, she wrote it about an unlikable, ugly person who everybody desires. Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Everybody's into me. I just can't stand it. I just don't know.
That's dumb.
I think that, like, if you're doing an adaptation of Milking Farm, get Gyllenhaal on it. But apart from that, that's probably her lane.
Well, women would actually show up for that movie.
I almost, in a really bizarre and sick way, I want them to adapt that movie. I want it to happen.
I think it's only a matter of time.
It will.
It would make $1 billion, man.
On the subject of Hollywood, we're going to go with that a little bit before we get to One Piece. From GeeksandGamers.com, James Gunn. James Gunn. Speaking of somebody who uses cinematographers from bad movies, because he used the cinematographer from Flash to shoot Superman.
And it looked like it.
James Gunn, and it totally looked like it, didn't it? James Gunn skips first Warner Brothers staff meeting with David Ellison, asks questions about questions about his DC future loom. Now his excuse was he wasn't shooting a film, Ryan. He was preparing for one.
They're in pre-production for Man of Tomorrow, which I believe starts shooting mid-April. So it's about another month left. And obviously pre-production is important. There's like no doubt about it. But the idea that after your company gets bought out and they're talking about the future of all these projects and, you know, Peter Safran is there, and you can't take a 4-hour plane ride, do your meeting and come back. You can't take one day out of that. Apparently
it's not like he hasn't done that probably 100 times before in the past for Marvel and for PR dates and flying out to London for a premiere for like a day.
You got to understand, Gary, they were supposed to do the rehearsal for someone fucking his wife. He couldn't miss one.
Yeah, he had to be there in a corner chair, apparently. In a chair in a corner.
Yeah, I can't miss this, guys. I have to be there. Yeah.
I mean, this is the best news. Like, just getting. I hope that he does end up quitting, or if they get rid of him. I mean, that's what we all want, and that's been speculated on a lot. So it shows that there's no confidence in James Gunn's cinematic universe from either side. You know, because there isn't. I mean, we all watch Superman. You know?
Exactly. Ryan brought this up. Like, if it was such a fucking hit, why is everybody questioning his employment status right now?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, on both sides, people that love the movie and hate the movie. People that love the movie are scared to death, and people that hate the movie are hoping that he's gone. And if it was this big smash hit, this wouldn't be the first thing we asked. It wouldn't be the thing we're focused on with the Warner Brothers purchase. Is does James Gunn still have a job, or will he within the next year or so?
So if I don't know, well, hey, Marvel sold to Disney. You know, Kevin Feige wasn't fully in charge, but if a scenario like that happened again, nobody would be like, Kevin Feige's got to go, especially like after, you know, Avengers or something, or even Iron Man. You know,
Avengers was, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Avengers made by Paramount but distributed by Disney?
It was the last one under the Paramount deal.
Yeah, so it was made under Paramount.
Co-distributed because it's Paramount
by Disney, right? That deal had gone through then. Yeah.
So, I mean, do we think that James Gunn, let's just say that, because this deal still has to go through a lot of approvals. Everybody feels like it's going to happen, but we're still, what, 6 months, a year from this being official?
Probably.
Like, you know, something like that.
Yeah,
but do we feel like James Gunn will remain at DC? Let's say in a year from now, is James Gunn.
Of course he will. Of course he will. Now, I want fucking John Campy to be right as much as the next guy. Okay. I want him to, James Gunn, the most principled guy. Hang on, our boy John Campia. Woke. I want John Campia to be right, because James Gunn is so principled that he can't work with somebody who has met with Trump a couple of times. You know, James Gunn, the honest, authentic, principled James Gunn. I mean, just go look at his jokes from 2012. You know, honest, principled James Gunn is going to leave over protest. He's going to leave for what, according to John Campea, brighter pastures, working under Kevin Feige back at the MCU for a company that fired him, and he's going to give up running a studio where he has all the creative control. To go back to work under Kevin Feige. So I hope Campea is right.
I do too. I hope he is. I don't know if it's really going to happen, but I hope it does. You know, because I just, again, as a guy that was a fan of his MCU stuff, his DC stuff has just been horrible. It's been really fucking bad. And he's above his pay grade at this point in time. He does not need to be the guy running the studio. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I was going to say this is a there's another scenario very similar to this in Zack Snyder, where you realize that when they get complete creative control, they will torpedo their careers. You have to have everybody, like James Gunn has said, he's a control freak, but there is only so much he's allowed to do with the Guardians of the Galaxy and with his creative control in MCU. Kevin Feige has the last say on things. You know, with Zack, he kind of, when he got to DC, they kind of didn't do a whole lot in the beginning. They kind of just let him speed run as fast as he could to catch up with Marvel. But then you started seeing like diminishing returns. And then when he went over to Netflix to get complete creative control, he made two of the worst fucking movies I've ever seen in my life. So bad that I had to reach out to Jeremy and say, man, you might have been right about this guy the whole time. Wow. Okay?
Which is not easy to do. Okay,
this is not hyperbole. I think Watchmen is a masterpiece. I went back and maybe Watchmen actually sucks and I just didn't realize it. Because of how bad Rebel Moon was.
Watchmen's fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah, Watchmen's awesome.
I could not believe how bad Rebel Moon Part 1 and 2 were. They were so bad it made me question the guy's entire filmography. I couldn't believe it. And with James Gunn, if you gave him a bunch of small nobody characters in DC and let him run with those guys, he would elevate those characters. He could do a lot with that stuff, but you cannot give him Superman and Batman and all these characters because he cannot get out of his own way. He doesn't even like these characters.
God, I don't know if that's true anymore. If you take out the Harley Quinn stuff, I actually like most of the Suicide Squad.
I like the Suicide Squad.
I thought it was good.
I did too, but the thing is, like, Peacemaker isn't Peacemaker from the comic.
No. Peacemaker undercuts the character. Both seasons suck balls and they're woke shit.
Polka Dot Man is a totally different character who just has a name only because he's really good at taking these small, obscure characters and making something out of them. You know who else did something very similar to that? When Alan Moore wanted to make Watchmen and take a bunch of smaller characters that people didn't know a ton about, and then instead, because they wouldn't let him, so he made characters that were very similar. And when he had creative freedom to be able to do what he wanted with these characters,
took some of the Charlton characters,
who had a pre-established identity, because that's the other thing too. He's basing it on the fact that these are already existing characters and stuff, but people know who Superman is, people know who Batman is, and James Gunn doesn't like that he's beholden to people. He has to prove to you why he knows better about what these characters actually are.
And as I've said from the beginning, and I said this, so I've made a bet with Robert Meyer Burnett for $500 over Lanterns, right? That I think Lanterns will suck. He thinks it's going to be great. Now, if it falls in the middle, I don't know how. Like, it's going to be very subjective.
Who's going to be the opposite?
You're just like, I think this sucks. And Robert's like, I think it's awesome. What do you guys do? Like,
we hope the ratings, I'd imagine. The ratings are good.
You should choose a reviewer, a neutral reviewer.
I'll be honest. I'll just, you know what? If it's like within a realm of like, it's not as sucky as I thought it would, I'll pay the guy $500. So it's whatever. But we have a bet. But the last time I bet over something like this was with a customer at the comic store with Superman Returns. And the bet was that it's the guy said it's going to be this massive hit. And I said, it's not going to be a massive hit. It's just not. It is not, because Bryan Singer is the wrong guy for Superman. He's an X-Men guy. He's the wrong guy for Superman. I was right. Customer offered the money. I didn't take it. I was like, no, being right is good enough for me. I'm married. I'm not right very much, so I'm going to take the win where I can get it.
Now you've changed, Gary. Now you want the money and to be right.
Yeah, I want to take $500 from Robert Meyer Burnett.
There you go.
But it's not over muted color. I mean, muted colors are bad. The reason I think it's going to be bad is Damon Lindelof and Tom King. That's enough right there. But
even if it has all the colors in the world, the tone of look, we could be seeing really early stuff. It could be completely different. We don't know. But the tone between Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart is not something that I enjoyed at all. And I think Hal Jordan is going to die at the end of this show. And I think that's
I think that's pretty clear. We got an article coming up on that next. And by the way, you're right, chat. I should make Robert buy me a couple of hot toys. That's a great idea. That's what I'm going to do. But real quick, we've said from the beginning, all of us have said, is James Gunn the right guy to do Superman? We definitively know that he is not.
Yes.
He's not. People who if you believe in Superman, you have to believe in the American way.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You have to believe it. You know what? At least on the 4th of July, you have to put an American flag in the front of your house. I think that is a stipulation to write Superman. At least one day. Now, there's people like us who put it up there all the time. But you have to believe in the American way and not have some edgelord fucking West Hollywood or San Francisco or Manhattan view of America that it's a fundamentally evil place and we are the evil empire. And then it's like, and then you're just going to, whether you mean to or not, you're going to see Superman as Homelander.
Yeah.
That's what most of Hollywood, this is, Ryan can attest to this. DC Comics had their own problem with fucking Superman forever. Forever. And Marvel had a problem with Captain America. They were wrestling with this for the longest time.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who work there to this very day that don't believe in either of those characters because they think America symbolizes evil, even though they're making a lot of money. Well, not so much anymore, honestly. They're making a little bit of money drawing funny books for two shitty organizations that should probably die. And yeah, maybe we'll save a discussion for DC Comics later on like what happens to DC Comics with Paramount. They are low on the fucking priority chart, so nothing's going to change. But with James Gunn, he's the wrong guy to do it. It's clear now, and now you're stuck with him. You can't get rid of him. Like they can't change. Of course, David Ellison said back in October that James Gunn's this guy, and I believe he believes that. So I think James Gunn stays, and maybe he works it out. And what Ryan said a couple of weeks ago is everything hinges on Man of Tomorrow. Like that's his future.
They could still reel him in. They could still reel him in. It's not going to be great. It's not going to be what we want to see, but it's going to be the closest thing to trying to course correct until his contract eventually does end and they do get rid of him. Yeah, you could say, oh, he's the guy. Well, you have to say that because you're saving faces now. But what's going to be really telling with the Ellisons is how they handle Kurtzman and how they handle Star Trek.
Oh, yeah.
And then what we find out about the internal meetings. Because if I'm David Ellison, and which I'm not, I have better ideas than him, I think. And I'm having this meeting with Peter, right? I'm saying, what's the deal? What's the plan? What's the deal? What's the plan? Where are we going? How are we going to course correct? Because Ted Sarandos just embarrassed you in the Netflix hearings. So what are we fixing here? Or do I need to bring in people from Skydance or from Paramount or from somewhere else in Hollywood? A lot of people are looking for work right now. Do I need to bring people in to supervise, or can you guys course correct? And I think when we find out how those meetings are going internally, that's going to set the tone. Unfortunately, I think everything I just said, it's the opposite. You guys are doing great. Keep doing what you're doing. Everything's going to work out. But the real tell is we will find out about Star Trek before we find out about James Gunn.
Yes,
I will know, and then we know. That's it.
And like, we got to be clear. Like this meeting was with over 100 current Warner Brothers employees.
It was a getting to know.
Wow.
And so this was not a hey, let's sit down and tell everybody what's wrong with their shit, especially because this deal is not done, and Paramount is going to want to, for the next 6 months till this deal gets closed, give no impression that, by the way, everyone is getting fucking fired after we do this, because that's going to give all those people good reason to run to their places and put a bunch of PR about that and try to get people to step in if they think there will be mass layoffs, which there will be some layoffs.
There'll be a lot.
We'll see what happens when they actually get closer to getting the deal done and when that actually does get done. You know what I
He
mean?
can do nothing about Warner Brothers stuff right now, and won't, like, even in their first year of control, they won't do anything to rock the boat because they're going to be figuring everything out. They can do something about Star Trek right fucking now, and have been able to for quite some time. But I understand you get to an organization, you got to figure it out. Like, they need to implement their people. It's still filled with a bunch of people from the old, so they're going to have to slowly find a way to PR them out, you know, in a Hollywood way. And now you have Hollywood rising up against them because of his relationship with the Trump, right? So they were against the Netflix deal until they weren't. And now they are vehemently against this. And we have, I think you responded to it, Disbrew. The Teamsters warned against the consolidation of power, which is literally what a union is, by the way. But they warned against the consolidation of power. And the reason there's a consolidation is it's not a consolidation, it's shrinkage, it's contraction, it is a merger, it is your industry shrinking because you went on a fucking strike when you shouldn't have. Not necessarily Teamsters, but the other unions. And eventually unions are not going to have a purpose in entertainment. Like the scripted TV show is it's going to be the Wild West again. The scripted series, the scripted film, it's going to slowly happen. It's going to take a long time, but it's going to be fragmented. The centralized Hollywood is done. The Hollywood we knew from the 20th century, basically, that carried over, is done. Yeah. It's going to be, they're going to film stuff everywhere. They're not going to have their offices, and they're eventually going to move all their offices from LA because it's too fucking expensive and there's fentanyl zombies in front of them. So it's purely symbolic. They stay there now.
It's funny because, you know, Jeremy will know what this is like, but back in the day with like pro wrestling, they used to have territories. That's essentially what's going to happen with films. It's going to be territories, and those films coming out of those areas will be representative of the people that live in those areas. And so you'll see movies in places like Texas and stuff, hopefully, as long as you don't allow people to co-opt your stuff, which I think a lot of people are learning not to do that now.
I'd rather have studios than Muslim temples or whatever the fuck.
True.
Yeah.
But like you'll see where, like, you know, the identity of these places. So places that are more red states or like in Texas and things like that, you'll probably see more patriotic movies. You'll probably see more films and Westerns and things like that, you know, and based on that in those regions, that's what you'll start to see. And then guess what will happen? The market will decide, hey, you know what? People really like these kinds of movies. And those movies are consistently doing well. And you know what? People don't want to see Maggie Gyllenhaal's indie films because they suck just as bad as the previous movies. She had $90 million. And so those movies will die out and those people will lose their jobs and then not be able to find work because that's the way the industry is going now. Like, and that's the best thing that could ever happen is decentralizing from Hollywood, where they were controlling everybody and blacklisting people that didn't have the right politics or didn't say the right things on social media. So I'm all for it.
Agreed.
And this is in a very, like, we don't even know. David Ellison's worked with Hollywood for years, so we don't know if he's going to be any different than any other executive. I think there's a lot of hope applied to it that he'll be kind of like an Elon who comes in and buys one social media network and it changes everything because it forces all the other ones to not be as much censorious. They still are.
Yeah. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced though.
I'm not either.
Well, his main problem is, let's say that he did want to change. Like, does he know how? Because he has to fight his staff, but does he even know what that means? Because if he's the kind of person that goes, I want you to write better stories, well, the immediate next question is, what is that? And so unless you do have someone that's actually put in that, what is the difference between left-wing and right-wing entertainment? What is the difference, like, what changed between the 2000s movies and 2026 movies? And can actually determine the people in Hollywood which have those value systems, then nothing will change, even with the best will in the world. And he's just going to throw in a load of good money after bad. So it's like with anything. Like, even if they decided they want to get rid of a load of employees, they have to come up with some kind of filter in order to work that out.
Yeah, you know, there's another angle with the whole Paramount deal that I'm really wary about. South Park, the Ellisons took over.
Oh God,
South Park all this money, and then it ran a TDS, the worst seasons. I don't even know where we are now because I'm not a fan anymore. Like, the worst seasons of South Park ever. After the acquisition was done. So you could tell me all the live long day, CBS is going towards the middle. Okay, well, they just got CNN. What are they going to do with it? Oh, they're going to dismantle it. That would be stupid. oh, they're gonna make it go right. Well, that would be stupid too. No, they're going to leave it and let it do what it does, because these are business guys. They don't care about doing anything morally virtuous. They care about making as much money as physically possible. They're probably, if they're smart, going to set CNN on a slightly different path, but they're going to leave it the same. And
I think they're going to try to fix it, but I agree it's not for because of moral righteousness. I think they're going to try to fix it so it becomes more profitable.
It's going to be profitable. It's going to be ideologically driven.
Which I think is a positive, and we need more of that in the entertainment industry.
Yes.
I want more companies to just want money and not push a message. But the left has wanted to push a message. Why are the movies of the 90s and the 2000s, why do we love them so much? Is because they cared what we thought? No, they made shit that we showed up to. That's why. Because that's why it made money, because they were wanting to make money. The industry has shifted away from not wanting to make money and wanting to send a message.
Subsidize.
I think they were, Jeremy, I think they were even more stupid than that. The left and the woke movement got so much traction because they fooled the heads of these companies that they would make, they told them
they make more money
by putting the message in.
I think they were getting funding from other places.
They were getting fun. Well, it was a big fortification. So what happened was the Access Media, who all agreed, I mean, they all believe this stuff anyway, right? So it's not like they were just paid to change their beliefs. They were incentivized to be more open about their beliefs. A lot of them felt this way. Anyway, look at what happened to Russell T Davies once the shackles were off. That's what he truly was. And it was the Access Media had a lot of power. Sites like the Mary Sue, especially when Twitter prior to Elon empowered a lot of these fucking crazy Access Media sites to go out and cancel people, constantly ask questions. Is there going to be a gay character in this or not? And it was working. They had a ton of power, but it was a minute number of people. So now that they're losing power, they are freaking out. The thing is, how much is going to change? That's it. It probably will just be a little bit. I mean, if we're being real, it's going to be a little bit. But
I think they'll find the threshold of tolerance and they'll stick to it and continue to try to push it.
They pushed it as far as they could, and they got away with a lot of crazy fucking shit. A lot of people were canceled over stupid fucking reasons. I mean, was talking about it with Mahler. Joss Whedon has TDS. Joss Whedon took pictures with fucking Anita Sarkeesian. Joss Whedon was a dick. Joss Whedon was an asshole, but he shouldn't have lost his career over any of that. And he did. Because he was he was trying to say he was a male feminist, and he was a hypocrite, total hypocrite. And
he was a male feminist.
I mean, he is a male feminist, but also he did not. True. He was such a male feminist that he was willing to scream at women about how fat they were on set, and I appreciate that. So. Well, the thing is, most of the people that had the talent to write these shows or had the talent to produce these shows are gone because they were all canceled or fired or retired to get out of this environment. So these new people stepping in, there's nobody to turn to say, "Hey, you should be able to take this over and do this now." Well, you could run with this because there's nobody with that talent level. And the thing is, what Jeremy was saying about the 80s and the 90s and stuff, that's where these books and these formulas like Save the Cat came out because of the formula that was working from the 80s and 90s. So all these people that grew up reading Save the Cat only understand the formula, but they don't understand how the formula was made in the first place. They don't even know how to look back on this and go, why did these stories work? Because they're so ideologically driven that they just plugged in their ideology into a formula that they were told always made money.
But to go back to what Jeremy was saying is they were incentivized. They were there was multiple incentives to do it, and but they were incentivized to keep doing it, and none of it ever show me tracking where any of it made any money, any of it really made any money.
If it was because it was a sleight of hand. So it didn't make money by virtue on its own. Yeah. It was in something that was already going to make money.
Yes,
like the Force Awakens.
I think a lot of the issue. I think a lot of the issue though is a lot of people only have values and kind of morals from like the social environment around them, and so whatever they think most people believe is what they believe themselves. And so as society changed, they changed along with it. A lot of Hollywood would have had no problem thinking that America was a country with borders, or that you should enforce the law, or that criminals deserve to be in prison. All of that changed, or the idea that some people are better than others, which has to be true if you want heroism, because the hero is better than everybody else. He's the guy that sacrifices himself for the people who are worse than him. And so as society changed, their values did change, and the people in Hollywood no longer believe any of that, and they won't be able to get back to that position unless society also believes that. Like, what some of the best American movies were the most patriotic ones, because like patriotism is something that everyone around the world can also get in line with their own country. And so the moment Hollywood hated America, they started making awful movies, because now what are you fighting for in any of this stuff?
Yeah. Well, the funny thing about these ideas have existed since the 60s. They tried it again in the 90s, but largely liberals and the left pushed back on these ideas. And it wasn't until now where they became widely accepted.
Okay, so go on.
Oh, you know what's a great example? I mean, we talk about Starfleet Academy. Have any of you guys watched Monarch?
No.
It is.
First season was sucked.
It was bad, but it's continued to get worse. They're so similar in a way. The Starfleet Academy, Monarch. You could just insert virtually any show here. They're beat for beat the same. They have to devalue. Versely, men. I mean, you have to kick every man you can in the balls, right? The entire premise of the show is that this like kind of scientist has two separate families and he's cheating on his wives, and they have to give you a moment for him to for the wife to give the ring back and just emasculate this guy, and he's a central part of the show. If they go out of their way to do things like this time and time again, what's worse is there's not even a focus on a main protagonist that is virtuous or encouraging or inspiring, empowering. Every single modern show, and we got Daredevil coming up again, is embarrassing next to something like One Piece.
Yep.
I think it is what Erickson said about George R.R. Martin, that if you are a writer and you write the good character, the hero, the self-sacrificial person, if you're not a good person yourself, it makes you feel less. It humiliates you. And so you don't want to do that. You want to deconstruct him, because if he can be better than you, it means that you're responsible for your life and you are this pathetic mess, all down to your own actions. And that is a horrible thing to accept.
And this is why it tracks that by, again, every metric, that Hollywood has lost nearly half its audience, the audience that they vilified. And there's a lot of factors to that, including, vilifying the audience. Then there is competing against itself. And then there's the audience becoming the competition. And you have things like the Oscars are coming up. Remember when they used to be something? They're coming up this weekend. It's awfully late. There's a bunch of movies nobody gives a shit about. Most people haven't watched, and now it's an apathy.
Even nominated? I don't even know. Like, do we have the nominees yet?
Yeah, one ballot after another. It did very well.
What's being nominated for Best Picture?
One ballot
after another.
That's right. I do remember when Sinners got all the nominations. That's right. I do remember that.
And this is the first Oscars where the voters have to watch all the movies, but in the unofficial anonymous admissions, they're still going, I haven't seen these movies, I don't care.
Yep. So in a nutshell, despite over 500 movies released in 2024, the average American only watched 3 of them, with younger generations watching twice as many movies as baby boomers. Nearly half, 48% of Americans haven't seen any of the 10 best Oscar nominees through Wicked. This is last year, by the way. Leads public opinion with 31% having watched it and 41% believing it should win. Oscar nominations.
Wait. What? Why do more people believe it should win who haven't seen it?
Because
Ariana. And
that's it.
Maybe it means 41% of people who have.
Oh, the 31%.
Yeah. Maybe it could just be phrased weird, but
that's what I understood it to be. Yeah.
You said this was from last year.
Yeah, the poll is from last year, right? So
okay.
Yeah, from the previous year. And we'll see what the ratings are this year. Because let's see who's nominated. I think I have it up here.
Well, it's is it Matt Barry's presenting it?
Yeah, that's better.
I'm actually more interested in it now the presenter has been announced.
Is Will Smith going to slap Chris Rock? Because that's the only reason I would show up.
Because Conan O'Brien, I think,
John
is
Davidson
again
in the crowd.
So who will win over who should win? Best picture. We've got One Battle After Another.
Oh my god.
It'll do well.
And it should win too.
This is one random person's opinion.
I thought this had the list, but it doesn't. It's just who should win. One Battle After Another and Sinners is going to be pretty much who wins every award.
Yeah.
And maybe like there'll be a Best Supporting Actor for Weapons. But I think
I haven't seen One Battle After Another. I did see Sinners.
Not many have.
I think that the idea that it is the most nominated movie in history, and it's going to depend on the year that stuff comes out, right? You can have down years, whatever. It's an embarrassment that movie is the most nominated.
Over Lord of the
Mike
Rings.
probably likes it because it's fucking made for him, at least half of him. But God, I don't think it's bad. I just think it is very mid. With
I think compared to everything else,
F1
I think compared to everything else that came out last year, there's just not much competition. So the thing is, they're making a big deal about it getting nominated that much. I think it should have been nominated for things like Best Cinematography, maybe Best Actor. I do not think it should have gotten that many nominations, but what else is there to nominate against it?
there wasn't a lot.
There's just nothing out there. And I think that things like F1, to me, a movie like F1 is getting nominated despite themselves, because there's nothing else around. There's just nothing else that they could look at, because I think that they would have snubbed a movie like that if they could have, because that's
or Frankenstein, which
or Frankenstein
came out in theater for a week.
You know what should have been in there? Warfare.
Yeah.
I agree.
As much as people liked it. Yeah, like absolutely. So Begonia, which I actually liked, F1, Frankenstein, Hamnet, Marty Supreme, One Battle After Another, The Secret Agent, Sentimental Value, Sinners. Sorry.
Sinners.
I wondered if I'd missed the joke.
Different. And Train Dreams.
What?
Which actually looks good.
I've never even heard of that.
Is that a movie about autism?
No, it's like the building of the trains across the United States.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've seen F1 and Frankenstein.
So it is a true movie about autism, Ryan. It's just about trains. Like, wow.
Now I'm interested in it. Okay.
I've seen F1 and Frankenstein. I thought they were both fine, but that's the only ones I've seen on this list.
Marty Supreme I just never want to watch it again. I appreciate it for what it is, but it's just so anxiety-inducing.
Was Timothée Chalamet good
in the film? Oh, he's great in the film.
Yeah, everybody was raving about it.
Really good actor.
He actually is really good in the film. Yeah.
I'm glad Frankenstein's there and F1. Like two movies I saw that I liked. Great. One Battle After Another will probably win because of its politics. One of the most overrated films in the last decade. A big slog of a mess.
And who did that? Who made that? Was
Paul
that?
Thomas Anderson, the most
there it is right
overrated
there.
fucking director in Hollywood.
Yep. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like Sinners it might win.
Well, it's gonna be one or the other. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when did the voting happen? Because if the voting happened after the BAFTAs, I could see a bunch of people doing it just because they got called the N-word.
That's a good question.
Hell yeah.
That's what happened.
I mean, listen, if you're trying to get your movie to win a bunch of awards, that's the way to do it.
Real quick.
Yeah,
Turns out they paid him. It's like, go on, say it.
They go, hey, this guy says the N-word a lot when he triggers, and they're like, just put him in the front seat. That way they can put him
that microphone.
Yeah,
they give you the card. It's fine.
That might have been that would have been the greatest way to do it. We're like,
so the final round of voting for the 98th Oscar, God, almost 100, took place from Thursday, February 26th to March 5th.
Yeah.
So there was time for people to get their stuff in after that happened.
Yep.
Genius marketing move right there. Yeah.
Really depends on
the front row. Yeah.
How many people had voted early versus how many people were waiting till the last minute to vote. So
well, they had to watch all those movies, Odin, you know?
Well, yeah.
Another reason.
Wait a minute. But that also makes sense why they had Delroy Lindoff on stage when he did it. Because they're like, remember, he's in Sinners. Like, don't forget that guy is in that movie. Like, yeah. Damn.
Well,
we other stories come out. Basically, the dude said it to every cast member as Sinners. At least after I watched that movie, I felt the same way. So,
like Ryan needed an excuse, though.
The only representation I got was right at the very end, and all my people got gunned down.
No.
Yeah. So another reason Hollywood is in the shape it's in, we've gone over the list a lot. on this channel. We've discussed it a lot on this channel, but Me Too was a big part of the downfall of Hollywood and what's led to a lot of intersectional feminism and this female empowerment gobbledygook that we see is thanks to Me Too, which, as I've said in my videos and you guys have said in yours, was a giant power play and just a bunch of bullshit. It might have started from a good place or a real place, and Hollywood does what they do. They were opportunistic and used it as, again, a power move. You can look no further than it really stopped at, they never really got into men with Me Too or children. They just stopped at women magically. Weird how that happened.
Yeah.
Well, something happened with Rebel Wilson today. We're going to the citadel of truth and journalism, TMZ. Fucking pieces of shit, but you know, that's what I got here. Apparently a PR team, I don't even know what it's about. We're going to play the audio, but the Cliff Notes version is a PR team is going to smear somebody, and they're going to be using websites to do it. And a public relations team working for Rebel Wilson, allegedly plotted to take down Hollywood producer by accusing her of sex trafficking. And they might have been caught on audio doing it. A new recording allegedly captures Jed Wallace, the head of the Crisis Public Relations firm, telling publicist Melissa Nathan to claim Amanda Ghost, a co-producer on Wilson's film, The Deb, worked as a madam procuring young girls for sex with rich men.
Wow.
Now,
I mean, it could have been worse. They could have said it was for poor men. It'd be even more embarrassing.
The poor men, that's who need it.
They're saying this is a smear, right? Is there any truth to that accusation, or it's just?
I don't know. The takeaway we'll listen to the recording real quick. Don't know if any of this is true, by the way, but there's a bigger takeaway from this, by the way. But we'll listen.
Oh, also, talked about Rebel. Like, here's the deal with Rebel, and I think you, me, and Brian, and maybe Katie, since she'll write this thing. What we have to do is the biggest piece here is that we have to connect Amanda Ghost with Vlotnik. And I was just like, so basically what we need to do is we need to create a path where we expose Amanda Ghost as like the new Heidi Fleiss. Like she masquerades as the reason why she sucks so bad at music is because she's actually getting hookers for Vlotnik, right? And that's what she does. She's an absolute madam, and that's why she's so lethal. Blah blah blah. But he's right. Like we can't just do like, oh, she's a bitch, she sucks. It's like it's got to be really, really heavy and connected to something that heavy. So we'll talk about that tomorrow.
Is this just completely baseless?
That sounds like they made it up.
Yeah, it does.
Wow.
It's fake.
Wow.
It's fake.
Yep. Yes.
Damn.
There are crisis PR firms in Hollywood. Lots of them. They make lots of money to help fix the reputation of an actor or besmirch another actor. And I argued on, because I know this for a fact, studios use these too. They use PR firms to go after people and smear them whenever they can, when they feel like, and if you think about it from their perspective, you know, they're trying to protect something they've spent a lot of money on. They would certainly use this tool if they had it, and they have multiple times. There was, I now have no evidence other than the really strange connections to Lucasfilm that Rewriting Ripley had when they went, when they put our good friend Ryan in a documentary, Little Innocent Ryan, in his first video, and tried a smear campaign on us. Right. And that's just one tiny example of where it happens. It happens all the time. And why wouldn't they do it if they can do it? If they have the money to do it, they have enough to protect. But it also shows that they probably use this for Me Too quite a bit as well. And they were able to get rid of the Joss Whedons of the world, the Roy Prices of the world, you know, people who really didn't do anything wrong and ruin their careers forever. And it doesn't matter if they're proven innocent at one point. Their name is just dirt in that town, and they won't be hired again. And it's evil, but that's and Rebel Wilson probably knows all about this, I guess. I mean, it's her crisis PR firm. Do you think they're not going to tell her? You know, I don't know that for a fact, but
do we know the connection and how this smear would have helped Rebel Wilson?
So I just looked
trying to
this
get
up.
money, or
apparently she was mad at the producers because they didn't let one of the Deb go to a film festival or something, and she got frustrated about a bunch of stuff and then started accusing the producers of inappropriate behavior. Wow. And she threw out accusations that she was trying to sleep with one of the other producers or something. At one point she said that they were embezzling funds from the film's budget, and then they said that she also had absolute viciousness and retaliatory behavior. So this has been going on actually since like 2024 and she's just been in a legal battle, and it's constantly been back and forth. And even the judge looked at this and said, you know, what's weird is that you're accusing some of these people of criminal behavior, but won't try to press charges.
Yep.
Only going after them civilly, because
Interesting.
It's all about trying to put social pressure on this person. And these lawsuits have been back and forth between them.
That's not just the only difference between civil and criminal. Civil is the balance of probabilities. It's 50-50, whereas criminal requires beyond all reasonable doubt. It requires proof, which is why they do it in civil cases.
Although some of the accusations are absolutely criminal from the past of Me Too.
And that's why
should have been reported to the police.
That was what the judge said too, was that he thought it was odd that they were, that was their accusation. But obviously this is politics. And, with Rebel Wilson, she was the funny fat chick. And then when she lost a bunch of weight, she had to become a lesbian in order to keep her career afloat. And that's not a joke. As soon as she got skinny, as soon as she got skinny, she immediately married a woman and went, I don't know, I just realized one day that I like poon, and so I'm different still, guys. Keep giving me jobs. But this is how this is we talk about the backbiting in Hollywood all the time. These people do shit like this to each other constantly. It's just now it's leaked, and now we have evidence of it.
Yeah, you can't just be a straight, white, thin woman.
Yeah.
No.
You have to trans your kids or be a lesbian.
Or you have to be
fat.
If you're going to be a thin white, like woman, you have to be attractive, and she's not. So, yeah.
It doesn't
and
need
she's
to be
Australian
true.
too. Yeah.
She could always become a director.
Another strike against her.
That's her next step.
Sad.
Yeah.
All it takes is the accusation.
Biggest mystery is why Rebel Wilson is famous and why we're even discussing her. But
I freely admit that being Australian is a disability. So just
it's even worse in Rebel Wilson's case.
Oh, is she Australian?
Yeah,
she's Australian
and retarded. So
that's a double whammy.
That's redundant.
Well. This is happening all the time. So when you see like review bombing, it goes both ways. Review bombing goes both ways. Absolutely. There's a bunch of people who will not see a movie or a TV show. It's easier on a TV show than a movie, especially on Rotten Tomatoes, because you got to jump through hoops. That will downvote it. But there's also a lot of people who will positively review bomb, and a lot of that is paid for by third-party companies or PR firms. So it's all bullshit, like Alex Kurtzman winning a Saturn Award. It's all bullshit. It's all fake. It's fake.
It's why my default position turned into: have you gone to the police? Does he have a criminal conviction? And if neither of those are true, I just don't care. It's just your word v his, and so he can keep his job.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about something most of us enjoy, but Ryan didn't.
Get it started like that.
Yep. Yes, Ryan.
You know what Christy thought about it? You know what Mike thought about it?
No, I just wanted to single you out because you're white.
And to be fair, we're known for only hating, so we need to live up to the Twitter standards. So before we start praising stuff, we need to let everybody know Ryan still hated it, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan was
Aaron D will be happy. She was giving me a bunch of shit in Daily earlier. How could you not like Monkey D. Luffy? He's so positive. Yeah, he's a fucking little retarded queer. I don't like him.
Luffy is incredibly annoying. That just screams all the time.
But you're going off of 2 episodes from
Of
season
two that
That's
he
it.
hasn't even seen season 1.
You
So
haven't
he-
watched season 1 yet?
No, he did. I mean, to be fair to Ryan, he's not
doing
this
it
isn't
so
something
he's doing it so he would have something, so he would be able to at least be involved in the discussion. Yeah. So that's why he watched the first 2 episodes. He doesn't care about One Piece at all.
I wish you watched episode 3 though, because episode 3 is
so fucking
really
good.
damn
So fucking good.
and it's
Isn't
completely
that a sign of a
different from
really
1 and 2.
bad TV show if you've got to get to episode 3 before it gets good?
Well,
No, it's
Well, no,
good.
it has
The
an
first 2
amazing
are good
fight
too.
scene in it.
No, the first 2 episodes are fantastic.
Yeah,
But
the first episodes are
Talk
good.
about all the cool stuff that you like. Talk something good.
So,
the chat, some people in the chat, and one random dude on Twitter who's tweeted about 1 million times at us during this was like, I thought you were going to talk about One Piece. My 20-year-old finally watched this stream and you haven't talked about One Piece. I'm embarrassed. You should be embarrassed because you got 0 followers on Twitter, you retarded queer. But
Jesus
why don't you
Christ.
guys talk about how much you love One Piece, and then I'll say my piece.
One Piece season 2 just dropped, and I will say that I'm none of us, I don't think, are fans of the anime. Like, I don't know, Wizard or
I know enough.
Okay.
I'm not a lore master. I'm not caught up, but I know enough.
Yeah, I tried watching the anime. I couldn't get into it, honestly.
So to qualify this, if you are a fan of the anime, I could totally understand why some of the decisions upset you. Not here to tell you you're wrong, because you're probably not. I've never seen the anime. I loved season 1, and I've seen the first 4 episodes of season 2. And right now, as it stands, 4 episodes into season 2, I think I might like it more than season 1. Is it cheesy? Yes. Is that exactly what we expect? Yes. Is it whimsical? Is it over the top? Yes. That's exactly what the fuck it needs to be. So 4 episodes in, I'm loving this. I love going to the Grand Line. I love the adventure we're on. I love the different, islands and the different characters we're introduced to, the storylines. It's so fucking good. So that's my thoughts on my quick thoughts.
It's a lot of fun. Go ahead.
Yeah, it really
balance,
is.
So I was able to finish the whole season, and I won't give spoilers for anyone that has it. But on balance, I liked it. I actually don't think it's as good as season 1. Season 1 had a brilliant finale and finish because of the emotional investment of the characters, what they were going through, and they were really sacrificing or putting in themselves, at risk to try and help a friend. And that had a really good emotional kind of beat to it, where I don't think that was as strong in season 2. Season 2 felt a little bit, I guess, less focused because they're just kind of dealing with one issue after another. But on balance, quite enjoyable. And the fights, I like. The standout thing for me in this series is actually the action and fight scenes when it does happen. And episode 3,
Zorro,
holy crap!
Zorro is amazing.
That was like
Bill episode.
I'm a
That
sword
was
fight.
fucking awesome.
Yeah,
It was.
I'm a sword fight snob, and that episode really impressed me. Like it would have taken so friggin' long to film.
The only character I like that I saw through 2 episodes of this thing is Zorro. He's the only
Zorro's
character
the
that I
best.
liked.
He's very much has a lot in common with you. Not very happy.
He does.
So yeah.
So I have not. I've only seen my kid is watching the anime and the live action and loves them both. He thinks they're both really awesome, but I don't have time for 1,300 fucking episodes. So I've watched pieces of it here and there. The thing is, with anime live action, everybody tries to make it this dark, gritty, grounded reboot, and I'm like, nobody wants to fucking see that. We want it to be the ridiculous, whimsical, extravagant thing that anime is, but you're doing it with real live people, and I feel like this is one of the few shows that's found that line. I mean,
it definitely hits it.
It verges a lot on cheesy and ridiculous, but it kind of works because it's charming, and you know that it's adapting something that is ridiculous and extravagant.
It takes it. There's an earnestness in its cheesy. So they take the source material very seriously because Oda's there. There is a movie that came out that captured anime that I thought really well when the Wachowskis were dudes. They did Speed Racer. I love the Speed Racer movie.
I freaking love Speed Racer.
It's a freaking great movie.
I mean, if we're being honest, The Matrix is basically like a live action anime. Like
it is.
You know,
in a lot of ways,
it
is.
And so they kind of prepped it, but Speed Racer is actually pretty fantastic too.
No, I was skeptical after it took 2.5 years to come out. They've lost a couple of showrunners. Matt Owens will be gone after this, so you should be kind of worried about that.
Yeah.
I freaking loved the first season. I saw it for the first time when we were in the UK, Shad. So we're all in the UK house, and we're all sitting around. We'll watch one episode of One Piece. We ended up watching like 5 in a row. And just, hearing that speech of like, a girl saying, I'm better than you now, but you're going to get bigger and stronger and you're going to be better than me. It's like, what did we just hear that in the story?
We were like, hang on, that line. So the line was, girls can beat boys, but no woman can ever beat a man in the context of combat fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And when we heard that, we were just like, what? Where did that line come from in the modern climate? Like, that was based.
Yeah, and if you go into season 2, where I'm up to the 4th episode, and the 4th episode so fucking good. And even like some of the CG is a little questionable for sure, but I mean, it is what it is. So
there's a reason for that. They were saving the money. They dumped that budget on the last 3 episodes.
I finished the whole thing. And
so to that point, I'm sharing my screen right now. So to that point, and again, these are just guidelines. So, but this is right now. So you have season 1, and then you see season 2 right there. And so obviously the last 2 episodes of season 2 are the strongest 2 episodes of the entire series based on this right here. But if you have an average of 8.4 for the first season, and right now season 2 is an 8.9 average through the entire season. So right now, as it stands, season 2 is better received than season 1, but we're early on.
Yeah.
So we're early on.
How many people have shit, if it wasn't for fucking Star Trek, I'd be done right now.
It's almost like when you dump everything in the binge model, and well, I've only gone through 2 episodes. Well, I've gone through 4. I've seen the entire thing. So what do we talk about?
Exactly. That's why
we'll talk
dumb.
about it this week and never talk about it again.
It's really, really fucking dumb. It's an unbelievably dumb business strategy.
Yeah, Netflix is struggling so bad. I hope they get out of this hole they're in.
Their stock is down, and they are in debt. And the reason they had to buy Warner Brothers is because they don't have any consistent IP. But that aside,
imagine how much bigger they could be.
Also, the next season of One Piece is going to be in 2.5 years. So I mean, and we'll get 4 seasons maybe of One Piece.
Eventually they're going to age out.
Yeah, they're going to age out.
Yeah.
Is it going to be 2.5?
By that time, AI will be fully involved, and we don't need actors. So we're good.
You could still, again, from a business side, if you release it weekly, it stays in the zeitgeist longer. It allows the word of mouth to get out more. It allows more people to discuss and theorize. It is a better model from a business standpoint. A Night of the Seven Kingdoms absolutely proves that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Even when people like me were going, shit, these episodes are too short. But man, it's better that they do it this way, because when you do go back and binge it, it's fucking awesome. It's still awesome, and it grew in popularity as time went on, where it wouldn't have if it had just dropped all at once.
You don't know that.
Flip side.
I do know
but
that.
the thing is, even if you disregard, the thing is, even if you disregard all of Gary's points, it's still a better model because you get 2 months of subscription revenue rather than 1.
But you're judging it. You're judging it off something that you cannot prove. Stranger Things has been a binge model, and it ended up, even though the last season was dog shit, it's the most popular fucking season in the entire fucking series.
I get that, but most shows are not like that.
I'm gonna pick the most. You know what? All bands are the Beatles. No, it doesn't work like that.
No,
Jeremy.
you straight up said if something does not come out in the weekly model, it can't be successful.
So you can't prove that Stranger Things wouldn't have been bigger if it released weekly.
And I didn't say that it would have been. I just said
it would have been.
What we do know is that it was successful with
Stranger
the
Things
model.
just left, and it's out. It was like Stranger Things finale was out of the zeitgeist in 2 weeks.
Jeremy, they experienced one full weekly releases they've ever done for Netflix in the last season of Stranger Things season 5. So if you're going to use an argument, don't use Stranger Things, where they split it up into 3 different fucking sections specifically.
Was season 1 a binge? Was season 1 a binge?
Of
Stranger Things?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, of Stranger Things.
Hold on. Just answer my questions without yelling, without getting emotional. Was Stranger Things season 1 a binge model release?
Yes.
Was season 2 a binge model release?
These have nothing to do
Answer the
with
question.
my point about not
Answer
using the fifth
question.
season being the
Answer
biggest
the
season,
question.
Jeremy. You're
Answer the
arguing like a
question.
fucking moron.
I'm
There's
asking
better
you
things
yes
you
or
can
no
argue than
questions.
that.
I'm asking you yes or no questions.
I'm just asking questions.
The Wanderer.
I'll answer the question. The first two seasons were binge releases, and they had to split it up in the final seasons because it wasn't working because they wanted to reduce the amount of churn.
You've been watching too many congressional panels, Jeremy.
You can't say
Jeremy,
that
I
Stranger
can't
Things
prove
was
beyond the
not
shadow of a
working.
doubt that a weekly release is better because show me how many fucking binge series have lasted more than 5 seasons and then have had the cultural impact of a Game of Thrones, of a Breaking Bad, of a Better Call
So
Saul.
now you're bringing up the Michael Jordan. So we're comparing everything to Michael fucking Jordan.
Is there 4 Michael Jordans?
The problem is, Jeremy, when you're talking about these comparisons,
he is the greatest of all time, so why wouldn't you?
It is literally impossible to have a direct one-to-one comparison unless you have parallel universes in which the same exact product was released binge versus weekly. It's impossible.
I agree. I agree. So you can't say that one would be successful you can't say this would not be as successful if it was this way. We have no way of knowing that.
Well,
I think we do.
We don't. There's literally no way.
We do.
Like,
Well,
again, hang on. Squid Game would, in theory, I don't believe Squid Game would have been as successful if it was not a binge because of how it took off. If it was a weekly,
There's no way to prove that, Jeremy.
I know that. And that's the whole point.
I think it would have been more successful.
We've never seen a black hole, but we can tell black holes exist because we can observe the gap in space which is caused by the black hole. You can see the missing information.
I don't think anyone is saying that a binge release can't be successful. I think the argument
It can after you release weekly.
Yeah, it can, obviously.
That gives you double the time. I'm just talking about it from a business.
Weekly, but you can watch the binge model weekly too to counter your stupid argument.
Also has to be good. And in a lot of these cases, we're comparing bad versus good.
That's all that matters. That's all that
no,
matters.
because we're doing
not really. No,
it would be the same quality.
You can't deny that a show stays in the zeitgeist longer.
If Mindhunter was weekly, maybe it would have lasted longer. It would have got more word of mouth. Which it's a show that a lot of people were upset was the canceled David Fincher's Mindhunter. So really good fucking show.
Do you think,
but they dropped it all at once and then it was gone. It's out of the zeitgeist in a week. So let's see. Are we going to be talking about One Piece in 2 months?
Hang on, answer me this.
Are we?
So do you think
are we going to be talking about One Piece in 2 months? No, we're not. No, we're not.
Why is Netflix not dropping them weekly if everything you're saying is so accurate and there's no data to support the counter? Why aren't
part
they
of their
just doing
branding?
it?
They're dumb.
They've said it's part of their branding.
And it works for them, but that doesn't mean it's the best.
They are adjusting these things, just like Cobra Kai, just like Stranger Things. They have seen that, and they
then
are.
Why didn't One Piece drop like that?
They realize that they're going to look back and it's going to be a mistake.
It's for the same reason that science advances,
and not as much episodes.
Science advances one death at a time because a scientist comes up with a theory, he gets really dedicated to it, and nobody else wants to contradict him because he's got a big name. And until he dies, then all the other scientists come along and prove him wrong. Netflix, if one guy is dedicated to it, until he leaves the company, no one else can like.
And both the CEOs, both the heads are dedicated to it. They have been begrudgingly have split things up in the seasons because people have asked them to because they have experienced a lot of churn. And that is a problem to the point where they're not really reporting subscribers anymore. They're just reporting profits because there's a ceiling to that stuff. But their success, which has been great, they've been dominant because they were the first one, will eventually hurt them. It will eventually be unsustainable to drop $200 million on something that people talk about, even no matter how good it is, for a couple of weeks. Stranger Things is such an outlier.
Wait a minute. You just showed that list and Stranger Things was still in the top 5. The list that you showed for this past week, Stranger Things is still in the top
That's
fucking
from a
5.
month ago.
Well, what list was that?
That was the originals list.
Wait a minute. Who the fuck talked about Yellowstone? None of us did, and it was the #1 show in the fucking world. None of us talked about it.
It was weekly.
And none of us were talking about it.
It was a show that was released weekly.
Were any of you breaking it down?
It's a show that was released weekly.
Okay, well then
you overestimate our power.
There's so many shows that we don't talk about that are also in the binge model too. So that's
Love is Blind, which is the #1 show on Netflix right now either. Like
right, exactly. So like the who's talking about it. Well, you mean what are we talking about? That's what you're talking about. What are we talking about?
He's making a broader argument.
Yeah. You know, like
he's making a broader argument. And look,
you don't theory craft Yellowstone. You theory craft genre. That's what we're talking about. Go on, Ryan.
I just you can say that there's no definitive way to prove that, because there's not either way, unless my parallel universe thing exists. However, you can take a preponderance of evidence and things being talked about, not just by us, just in general, in the zeitgeist, people being on the same page for these things, so that when you do have discussions week to week, when you're at work, when you're doing things like that, like about what happened, as opposed to if Shad went into work for his office job and you went into work, you guys wouldn't even be able to talk about half of the shit that happened because you're on different things. There are just things about that water cooler talk,
I don't disagree with that.
where everyone's experiencing something at the same time that is different. And with that being said, with your Stranger Things example, that was one of the things about this season of Stranger Things, very specifically, that made it so talked about, that made all those things happen, because they released them separately. So everybody was watching the same shit at the same time.
Are you saying that Stranger Things wasn't talked about in season 1 and 2 when it was a binge model?
Not what I'm talking about, but I'm talking about you using that example was really fucking funny, because Netflix literally tried to do that.
Question. What does Stranger Things season 1 have in common and Night of the Seven Kingdoms have in common? What does it have in common?
What, that they're both good?
They're both
they were released on streaming services.
They're both good. That's all.
That's not what we're talking about, you dumb bitch. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about with this. We're talking about One Piece right now, and all you people think it's awesome, which is great. We're not talking about, would it be successful? We're saying it's good. The question is, would you get more out of it? Would it be more of a success if you did
And
this?
there's no way.
You're leaving money on the table.
There's no way to tell that.
You're leaving money on the table. You absolutely are, because you reduce churn.
Even scientifically.
Yes, because there are people who subscribe to Netflix for a month to watch Stranger Things and then dipped out.
And my argument is we have no idea to know, whereas Gary's is a definitive. It would be more successful if it was this way, and there's no way to know that.
No, so if you drop a giant stone into a body of water, it makes a big splash, right? And those ripples go out. What's more effective? What's going to reach further? That or several little pebbles that are thrown out over space and time, and it allows that ripple to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow.
I don't know. Talk to the number one streaming platform in the world and ask them.
I think in that specific situation, it would be the big pebble that made the wave go further.
Yeah,
I think it actually would be.
But what makes a boat float and a stone sink?
Well, the boat looks ever upwards.
No, One Piece is a good example to show the difference, because at the moment I can't talk about the finale because few of you guys have seen it. But look at this: we haven't even talked about the first episode or anything specific in the first episode because it's been a fire hose, and we've just have to talk generally because there's so many things.
But that's a different discussion. That's why Netflix likes
to do this.
You guys are talking about this as YouTubers.
Put out, you're not meant to think about.
Yes,
that's
talking about
Netflix's,
this as YouTubers.
Okay, Game of Thrones is a good example of this. Game of Thrones was also a cultural event.
The
it was
biggest show in the history of our lives. Yes.
I've never watched it, but I have family members that constantly talk about this show because of how good it is, and because it was stretched out over several weeks, months, whatever. They talked about it a fucking lot. The issue is that now with the streaming model, the binge model, everything drops. We talk about it for a week and nobody talks about it again. Even when I was working in an office when, name XYZ TV show that was on, people talked about it. The issue is that it enters and leaves the cultural zeitgeist so fucking fast. It just, I'm not going to say it fails to have relevance because that's not the case, but the staying power of that relevance diminishes a lot faster than the weekly model.
It makes the time between seasons longer because it is.
I don't think that there's any argument against that. You're not wrong in what you're saying. I'm just what I'm saying is that if this was as definitive as you guys are saying, none of these companies would be dropping a binge model. If it's so
Hollywood's never done anything stupid.
Most of them don't.
Okay, the number one platform would not be doing this.
Yeah, companies don't make movies like Madam Web. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Disney. Well, if putting a bunch of trans kids and black people into your fucking movies and pushing propaganda for children didn't work, then the biggest entertainment company in the world wouldn't be doing it, would they?
What was that? What was that one show?
Netflix is massive, and they have made a fuck ton of money. All of that stuff. No one's arguing that. But as you can see, Jeremy, they are changing their business model to more closely reflect the weekly for their big things that they invest a ton of money in because they need to do so, because they need to adjust. That's what's happening.
What is that chick show that's number one all the time? That's on Netflix.
You're asking
Bridgerton?
the wrong crowd.
Bridgerton.
Euphoria?
Okay. How does that one drop? I don't know. I'm asking.
You know
I
where
have no idea.
this-
It's on Netflix. It drops all at once, probably.
I don't know.
But again, but to Brian's point, like they have shifted some of their bigger tentpole. So I'm genuinely asking if Bridgerton is dropped altogether, or do they space that out? I don't know.
Two parts.
X-Ray Girl says they drop it in parts.
Two parts.
Yeah. Okay.
Which again is essentially a variation of the binge, rather a variation.
Which is
of
the
release
dumbest like we can all agree
Yeah,
that
it's
like
the
breaking
worst.
them up into parts is fucking terrible. Like you either do one or the other, that's fine. But why does Disney drop like Wonder Man all at once? Because
Get you to forget.
They want you to forget
but,
as
but,
quickly as possible.
but it's because Stranger Things is a bad example of weekly, and One Piece is a bad example of binge, because both of those are two very different shows. Stranger Things, padding it out over time, made the ending worse because it was a shit season. So you had time to think about all the things that could be going on, and then it gave you time to process how amazing this ending could be, and it was awful. One Piece, on the other hand, every episode is a genuine movie.
Yeah.
So it would have been set. I'm with Jeremy 99% on this. I fucking hate week to week. Just because the shows are not.
No, this isn't personal opinion though. This is
this isn't about like what I prefer. Yeah. This is what how could a business make more money? How much money are they leaving on the table? And it's tons. It's tons.
But you could still dump a show if that's a show that's meant to be experienced in one sitting. Wonder Man is meant to be experienced in one sitting. Whether it's good or bad, that is a story. You're not coming back week to week for that. You know, Monarch, you're not coming back to week to week for that. That show sucks.
But,
You lose me by season 2. One Piece could have played out every week because it's a full movie. And it's a different type of show that seldom is even made anymore. Both models could work in a world where they're making actually good content.
I don't disagree with what he said.
To complicate what you're saying, though, Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
If they use
If we just use AI for a second.
If they just added Twilight characters.
Right. Hey,
It's just like Twilight.
I've had a few weeks to being the villain.
What about generative
You're
AI?
not taking that from me. You're not taking the villain from me. All right.
Making a good friggin' point. Shut up. Night of the Seven Kingdoms was meant to be experienced in a whole city, right? Those are small episodes, but it benefited massively from releasing it weekly, all right? And that's an example of a show that is actually meant to be binged, but it benefited
and
more from
it's
being
better
released.
binged. I'll be real, like it is.
It
Like
is.
once you watch it all the way through, the pacing is so good on that, and that flashback everybody was complaining about completely makes sense in the frame of the one sitting. Yes. Absolutely. Great show.
I agree with Wizard's point that I think there are some things that lend themselves better to something versus others. If you make it with that in mind, if you go into it with that idea in mind, I think we're speaking in generalities, and would I prefer to have everything if I wasn't doing a YouTube show and reacting to Night of the Seven Kingdoms week to week with Gary and Shad and Mahler and Fringy, would I have liked to just have all 6 episodes? Yeah, I personally would have. But that's not really the argument. The argument is, would this show, this good show, whichever it is, be bigger if they had done something like this? That's the premise of the ridiculous argument that we're talking about. And I saw somebody say it in the chat, and I agree. Explaining binge versus weekly to Jeremy is like explaining per capita to black people.
I mean, again, listen, the bottom line is
just from the waist down.
I have understood that reference.
Yeah, all that we can operate on is the facts. And the fact is, all I did is Googled.
We don't know the facts.
Biggest, yes, we do. Yes, we do.
The fact seems to be
agree with the
Googled
facts.
it, Gary.
No, the fact
he
is
Googled,
everyone here.
okay.
Hang on.
He Googled it. It's settled.
Listen, I Googled the biggest streaming show in
my AI
history.
Google just came up on my phone.
Listen, biggest Netflix show in history, Squid Game season 1.
Squid Game.
I rest my case.
Yeah, but that's the problem.
Everyone here has given advantages of weekly, and you have given not a single advantage of binge.
With all of your
I
arguments.
rest my case.
Every single one of your arguments, you're arguing with things that no one else is actually fucking saying.
No, because Gary's argument is that Squid Game would be bigger if it was a weekly. And there is if you watch Squid Game, that's what it benefited from being a binge model.
Why is Squid Game bigger for binge? Like, we've given loads of reasons why weekly would make it bigger. Why would it be bigger if it was binge?
Do you remember when Squid Game came out? Do you remember the social media reactions and how crazy it went? It was viral like I've never seen
For
a
like
show
a month.
Would it have been bigger if those reactions
It was
went
viral
on
for about a month. Which
weekly?
being viral for a month for a binge is really good.
There's no way.
But it wasn't viral
that.
for 2 months.
But you
It wasn't
viral
even
for
long
3
enough for them
months.
to get merch out for it.
You can't. It's such a crazy argument to say the thing that's the biggest in history could be bigger if it was this. That is all speculation. That you
It's
can't.
speculation. Okay, Jeremy. Where did the numbers?
Do you think
come
that football
from? Where
season
did
would be
the
bigger if it was all
numbers
played on
of
one day?
Squid Game come from?
What do you mean? Like from Netflix?
What makes it the biggest thing?
I mean, we can even go
numbers came from Netflix, but if you go to Nielsen, it's not fair because if you're comparing it weekly with something that came out all at once, it's based on minutes watched. That's why Netflix has been really good at gaming the system. That's why they dominate the fucking Nielsen's, because they're counting every minute of every episode.
I think even the social media numbers.
Not just the one season, both seasons.
I think even the social media reactions for Squid Game season 1 were like the biggest social media reactions for every.
But social media is a red herring a little bit, right? Because it's not just people who watch the show; it's also people who like the memes who maybe didn't watch.
I agree with the chat. We could. I want to go back to One Piece. Is really awesome, guys. I'm really enjoying it.
Very good. Ryan intentionally did that so that we couldn't praise something. That's really what it comes down to. With the 4 episodes. With the 4 episodes,
I love democracy.
I plan to finish it once I'm done with fucking Star Trek. I wish I could have. I can't say I'm enjoying it better than season 1 yet. That might change when I'm done. But I think the Mad Lads.
Me and you're in the same place too, because you're 4 episodes in, right?
Yeah. I didn't think it would be as good. I didn't think I'd be enjoying it as much as I am right now. So I'm pretty.
I
happy
like it
about
as
that.
much as I like season 1.
I like it more.
One
so far.
season is better, but I really enjoy it. And like I said, I finished the whole thing because my kid was like, I got to binge all of this, and I was like, fuck, all right. And I would not have binged it right away, but it just gets stronger and stronger. And to me, like, sure, it maybe feels odd, but to be honest, it's an anime, has 1,300 episodes, and I feel like they are covering a lot of ground pretty effectively, because that's a lot of show to get through. And I feel like every story that they're tackling is getting its due, at least. And that's, there's a lot of context that could be left out there. So
nothing feels like filler episode at all in this.
Yeah, so far, no.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That was part of the. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead.
Or just hit it. That was one of the challenges of the anime, because the anime takes ages to get to things, and they really draw stuff out, and that's what got me disconnected. But because the live action is actually far more condensed, and the plot does move on, it holds my interest better than the anime did, which is interesting.
But to be fair, I would prefer like 15 episodes of this every season of this show. Mm-hmm. I think would have been the perfect amount of time to really like let things flesh out, because I do have to cut through things and skip through things, and they change things in this show, which I know anime purists will be really upset about, but even people that watch the anime will admit like the manga is better paced than the anime. The anime has, it does take a long time to get through certain storylines. There have been times where I've left a room, came back, and then my kid was watching the thing, and then like 4 days later he's still watching. I'm like, are they still here? Like, this guy's moved like 2 feet. What's going on? And he's like 17 episodes later, and the guys just took one step in this episode.
It's like the Dragon Ball Z episode where you're waiting for the spirit bomb. Yeah, it's like, oh my gosh, how long is this gonna take?
Well, it's like the Frieza fight. I mean, that took like a whole fucking season. It's like, Jesus, dude, just fight already.
Well, no, but like the thing about this, and the first season did the same thing, and so, but this one even to another level, because the whole Grand Line thing, but because I know like the whole manga is based off of that. And so seeing just the adventure we're on already halfway through this season, it's fascinating to know that the anime and the manga are just like, there's so many more characters, so many more places that we go and get introduced to. And that's what something should do. Now, I saw Yellow Flash's tweet earlier, and he said he loved season 1, but that was before he saw the anime. And then he got caught up on the anime, so he's not enjoying season 2 as much because he knows so much more now.
Fair.
And that makes complete sense.
But unlike Star Wars, where if we compare this to Star Wars is we took over Star Wars, Lucasfilm got it, and we need to discard the original audience to seek a unicorn audience that doesn't exist.
Yep.
With this One Piece show, they are doing their best with the time constraint and whatever budget constraint that they had, even though we know this is super expensive, to honor what they can to the best of their ability of the source material, and then open the funnel up for people like us to now come into this franchise. So when you look at something like, and to talk to Shad's point that he made earlier about, there was more emotional capacity in season 1. If we look at episode 1, which personally I think is the weakest of a great bunch, so that doesn't mean it's bad. The scene where Luffy says, "I'm dead," right? For everybody's seen it, there's this moment where he says, "Oh, I'm dead." That in the anime, there is beat of silence to elevate the stakes of the scene. That scene is so important to who Luffy is. And a conversation later where there's one line from Smoker where he says, it's as if heaven is keeping him alive. Now, these are things in the anime that just crank it up to 10. We're at about 8.5. So we're still honoring the source material and it kicks ass. But to somebody like Flash, that I would agree with, it's like, yeah, but we know about the 10. We know it's a 10.
Yeah. It doesn't. Yeah, that's the one thing with the first episode compared to the first episode of season 1. Like it hits you. It's got a punch to it.
Yes.
Yeah. This one was a build up, right? It was a build up. So comparatively,
it was a slow burn. That first episode was a slow burn for sure.
Right.
Yeah, but once again, because I know a lot of people are criticizing it, anime fans are criticizing it. They did a live adaptation of Death Note, which is regarded as one of the greatest anime of all time, and it is dog shit.
Oh God,
awful. So like,
I wouldn't even watch it. Just the trailer.
We're not getting like, okay, I guess we'll kind of like show some love to. They are trying very hard to actually adapt this for fans of, and also make it palatable for casual people that don't watch anime. That's a really impressive feat. That's a hard needle to thread.
Yeah, and look how badly they fucked up Cowboy Bebop too.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah.
And they learned from
the
that.
amount of money that they would have to spend to make what I think a lot of like fans of the anime would want to see would be literally more money than any person has available.
They've already some dodgy CGI. Some of it's really good. The sets
the whale.
are fucking awesome. The
whale's good. Yeah.
Laboon, is that his name? Laboon. That was fucking awesome. And I know people were isolating. Listen, if you isolate clips from this show and nobody's ever watched it, it's going to sound insane. It's going to look insane to you.
I saw that
going
viral.
Cringe,
that one,
and it's
that one clip went viral, and I'm like, what are we
like? It completely fucking works in the episode because that's the way he's supposed to act. It's supposed to be cringe in that because Luffy can't fucking sing. And then I thought the music with Laboon was awesome, and I'm digging it. I am absolutely digging it, and I wasn't sure if I was gonna. And next week we'll probably all have except for Ryan, because you don't have to, Ryan. We'll have seen the whole thing.
For everybody that's seen it all the way through without getting into details, I think it's Shad and Wizard, right? And
I've
Mike?
seen it too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys think this one sticks to landing on the final couple episodes?
100%.
Okay.
Yes, but I don't find the emotional payoff nearly as strong as season 1. But there is a good payoff. There's a good conclusion, and they do it justice. It feels like.
Dude,
but a lot of it is tied into what's the princess's name? The character
Vivi.
A lot of it is tied with her, and because I'm not as attached to her as a character, nor her relationship with the crew, even though the finale is really what is meant to establish that. And so season 1, they had a strong relationship with Nami.
Dude, Luffy helped me scene. We were there watching it for the first time. We're like, oh shit, that was good.
That hit. Where I didn't. That's missing in the finale of season 2, where the finale of season 2 is actually to make that relationship, where in season 1 the relationship was already there, and therefore helping her was really important. And so it still lands, but I didn't find it as much of a
Shad, I think I figured it out. They didn't have the balls to make the audience cry. They didn't. I think they pulled their punches. So for everybody watching, when you see 7 and 8. Please look up that scene. There was a scene in particular. You will know it when you see it. Please watch the anime of that. I don't care if it's dubbed or subbed, whatever. Watch the anime version because it is, again, 8.5. They give us an 8.5, and this is a 10. And they pulled their punches. They didn't want the audience to cry. I fully
Wizard, let me ask you this: with not doing in the anime, how for this scene you're talking about that we should check out, how far into the anime roughly is that scene? Do you know off the top of your head?
It's pretty far, but you can watch.
Okay.
You can watch this
just
scene
curious.
out.
Yeah,
you will be able to Google it, like type it in on YouTube. You'll find it instantly. It's an iconic scene for the franchise, like for the entire franchise. This is an important one. That it's a fan favorite. You'll know it immediately.
Okay.
I think it's important to address some of the criticisms. Some I don't think are valid about isolating one clip that looks cringe and stuff like that without understanding the overall.
Well, the whole show's kind of cringe if you're going to judge it like that.
Goofy. It's goofy. It's goofy.
And I say that in a good way.
I understand why Ryan doesn't resonate with that, because it's not going to be for everyone. But look, that's a merit to the show. The show is focusing and going after the audience and not trying to make it appeal to everyone, and it's embracing the kind of campiness, which
it's a whimsical and fun show about friendship. I mean, that's and loyalty and things like.
But I truly
doesn't appeal to me.
Yeah, I truly think Ryan. I think Ryan would grasp this a lot better if he'd actually, because he started watching season 2. It's like he hasn't even seen season 1. If he went through and watched season 1,
he's not going to like it. No, I'm not going to make Ryan waste his time.
What I'm saying though is I can't tell you how many times I've had these conversations with Ryan. Ryan, watch Stranger Things. Fuck that shit. I'm never watching it. And then he finally watched it. And he loved it. Ryan, watch Cobra Kai
as well. But
Cobra Kai. You're like, fuck that shit. So
there's a difference. For those things, I wasn't turned off by the trailers necessarily or the promotion material. It's just I didn't get into it, but everybody's talking about it. I'm like, I'm not going to get into it.
Yeah.
Whereas this one specifically, I hated all the promotional material. You know what I mean? Like I like when I watched the trailer for the first season and then especially the trailer for season 2, I'm like, nothing about this looks like I want to watch it.
I hated the trailer for season 1, Ryan. I did. I'm like, this looks terrible. And I watched it and I loved it.
It's a really season 1 is phenomenal. It really is.
I think. Look, I did not enjoy the 2 episodes that I watched at all in any way, shape, or form. But with that being said, I think I probably didn't like it because it was too ridiculous and non-believable and corny and cheesy, and the powers just looked ridiculous. But I think all of that is a testament to why it's resonating so well with the people who do like it, right? It feels like they went out of their way to make it as close to the way it looks, the way people talk, the way they act to the source material. Probably. I've never read it. I've never watched the anime, but that's what the vibe I get when I watch it, which I think is a good thing. It's not. I don't think it's made for me because I'm not a fan of that shit. I've never watched that shit. I found almost everybody to be super unlikable. I hated all the dialogue. I get the Smoker. Is that dude's name?
Are we talking about Friday Night Tights, or are we talking about one? Huh? You said you hated everybody and found the dialogue to be cringy. Are we talking about FNT or One Piece?
Yeah. Make a distinction, please.
Both.
Okay. Be specific.
Be one or the other. So the feeling I got, and I tried to explain this today on Daily, I felt like I was watching a Minecraft YouTuber channel who's like a 29-year-old dude and their entire audience is 10 and 11-year-olds. Like just the constant kind of high energy brain rot type of fucking content. The dudes have like 20 or 30 million subscribers and you've never heard of their name, but they have a massive audience of like children. That's the type of vibes I got, the energy I got from the entire thing. And I was tired of it so quickly. But I did push through 2 episodes. Thank God I got to see the fucking whale.
No. Would you watch the 3rd episode? Watch one more episode.
Him. Jesus. What? Go ahead.
Would you watch one more episode? Just I like, if there was one to pick from, watch the next one. And then
so you guys said that episode 3 is a cool Zorro episode, right?
It's a great
Zorro episode.
Actually, very impressive.
It's fucking awesome.
Go into it with Kill Bill in mind.
And the thing is too, having not watched season 1, there's a lot of emotional work that they do in season 1 to make you endear to these characters. And the thing about anime, for a lot of anime, is they're like the ridiculous ones. It's a kind of a 1-2 punch of, this is silly and kind of goofy. And then there are just moments where they show you what's going on with these characters, or like character beats and moments between people, they endear you to them, so that the ridiculous stuff is almost a breath of fresh air compared to all of the things that are actually going on. And that's kind of a lot of times how anime works. Like Disbrew could tell you, like, one of my favorite anime is called Hunter x Hunter. Very ridiculous stuff happening in it. It is probably one of the best written television shows ever made. And I would stack it against anything that I've ever watched before. It's one of the best pieces of like art I've ever watched.
The Ant is still
it's
incredible.
one of the best. It's amazing. But if you watched it or just on paper, you'd go, this looks silly and ridiculous. And it's actually on purpose because they're setting you up for something that's very dark. And there's a lot of that even in One Piece, as far as like characters and what they're going through and what they're facing and stuff. I think you'd appreciate it for the depth of what's there, because it doesn't look like there's any depth until you really watch it all the way through.
Yeah, but you can also get away with stuff like that in animation, that when you make live action people do it, it just looks ridiculous.
That's true.
And so it just comes down to how much you can suspend disbelief. Yeah.
I just want to appreciate, this is why Friday Night Tights is the best stream, because we're mentioning anime and everybody in the chat is agreeing with everything we're saying.
Yeah.
There's no disagreements. There's no name calling. There's no you're retarded. Everybody's like, yeah, Mike, I like that. I like that anime. Oh, Fake Wizard, you're great. Oh, Ryan, I appreciate. Just nothing but agreement and nice comments from everybody. So round of applause to the chat. Round of applause.
Let's talk about anime from now on.
I wanted to cut off Shad before he said on that note, because that means there's going to be 20 minutes here.
The Zoro stuff was the only guy I liked. I liked Zoro.
Zoro's awesome.
All the other characters don't give a fuck about. The villains who like came up fucking
You don't like the ladies?
That whore, like
There's
Smoker, kind of cool villain.
Robin.
Cigars, fucking made of smoke or whatever.
I like Robin.
Dude,
he's got lots of arms, man. That could be useful.
Like, while I will say,
make an arm out of anywhere.
While I will say that objectively, episode 3 is better than 4, I enjoyed 4 more because of the storyline with the two characters that we meet and all of that. I just thought it was fucking cool, man.
There's nothing like subversive about this. It's a very it's a story about, like I said, it's whimsical. It's about friendship. It's about heroism. You know, it's a normal fucking story, right? I think
that's just anime in general.
It's refreshing. Well, I mean, but this anime adaptation, right? Yeah. And I don't find anime like that in general, because I've seen some anime that fucking sucks. But
and I'm saying some of it doesn't suck, but it generally doesn't have an agenda. It's
I've seen some great. No, it doesn't. It comes from a place that doesn't have agenda. Oh, there's some anime that has agenda, but not a lot, and manga too. But
because most of the discussion around the show about is it woke or not, and it does. It's not woke. It doesn't have an.
It's not even in the conversation. No.
It does have some really base stuff, especially in the first season.
Yeah,
what people are latching onto, like there's a lot of race swaps. It seems like from the either.
There are, and like if you're a fan of the manga and the anime, and you're complaining about that, you have every right to do that.
Yeah, and I get that as well. Like the odd thing is, the reason why, for some reason, the race swaps don't bother me as much in One Piece is because of how wacky it already is, and how like there's fashion trends from every walk, everything, and so because it's just such a mix of all these different colors already, it almost feels like it fits into the One Piece world.
Well, I'll say it like this with the race swaps, because I looked up some of them when I saw the complaints, and I do understand the complaints now for sure. With that said, as a complete normie going into this, watching this, not knowing the source material, the race swaps do not affect the storytelling.
No,
and the journey
it's
that
not
we're
like
on
Black Snake.
at this point in time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't know if we don't know. It could affect it later, but like a race swap with Black Snake that fundamentally changes the themes of the story.
Yeah,
to a catastrophic level.
Also, we have to take into account on this one. Oda has, like, the guy who created One Piece has a veto ability with this show.
Yeah, he's involved.
This is the kind of thing that J.K. Rowling should have for the Harry Potter show. He can slap the button and veto things. Like, he is part of the production. To a lot of all of the actors talk about it, of how he's like saying yes or no to what they're doing, and all of the actors have serious reverence for making sure they look the part. The costumes have to be down to a T. They're all like lore masters, better than even like me or even some people in the chat. Like, they're in it. They know. So I like to keep that in mind, that like this is George Lucas going back and changing the Star Wars film. That's what this.
Yeah, and that's
this
why
is not a board of directors.
And that's why I don't like it. Maybe I'll watch one more episode to get to the part you guys are talking about, and then I'll never watch it again.
Yeah, like without season 1, I think
you'll like episode 4.
Not everything is for everybody, right?
Right.
And it's
That's
okay if something's not for me, because obviously a ton of people like it, and the fans of the anime and the manga, they do seem to be, yes, some of them are critics or whatever, but for the most part, it seems like most people are enjoying the show. That's okay. That's how you should go about it. You should go about it with that type of reverence for the source material. And if I'm not somebody that would like the source material, I probably shouldn't be someone that would like the live action.
As long as no actors or producers come out and shit on fans, you're fine. You're doing okay.
I can just see Ryan watching episode 3 going, that was pretty good. I'm never watching this show.
That's all it has to go.
I don't understand how Monkey D. Luffy is a fucking captain of a ship. I'm watching this thing. I'm like,
well,
you'll find out.
You kind of
sign up for this guy to be the captain of your ship. And somebody responded to me.
In the first episode.
Me, right?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I mean, again, Ryan says every time, "How the fuck do you have as many subscribers as you have?" To me, he says that. So like, I get it. This is where and he says this about a lot of people.
My wife asked me that the other day.
Ryan's like, "How the fuck do these people have subscribers?" But
that is usually when you call me to ask me a question that you could have Googled so fucking easily. That's usually when I say that.
So
I'm just trying to call my friend and check in on you, man, see how you're doing. You know,
I saw Dan Vask fucking put out a tweet about almost dying in his dog shit country, and he's like, "Oh, Ryan still hasn't checked on me." So apparently he was like out of communication for a couple days, and he was upset that I hadn't said something to check up on him.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Again,
because Ryan does that so much.
I'm just checking
all the time.
I am not going to check in with any of my male friends on any sort of regular basis. I might check in on women that I would like to have sex with. Okay? That's about it.
I heard there was an earthquake. Are you okay?
Is your puss okay?
That's the only people I'm going to say, "Hey, are you doing okay? Are you safe?" and stuff like that. It's because you're a woman and I want to have sex with you. That is why. Okay?
That's how you can tell.
There you
Do
go.
the Marky Mark. Hey man, how's it
Now
going?
they know.
No, all I'm saying is for any of Ryan's male friends, if you ever get a text,
if you ever ask if you're okay, run.
It ain't Ryan. They're catfishing you.
The immediate text back is, "Are you saying you want to screw me right now?"
To Ryan's point, I did not watch K-pop Demon Hunters because it is not for me. Period. I don't care if Drinker liked it. I don't care who liked it. Everybody liked it. My wife liked it. Everybody liked it.
I still haven't watched it, so
it's great.
K-pop is like, I would rather have pencils stuck in my ear.
You know
listen
what?
to
Better for K-pop Demon Hunters though. If they wouldn't have released the whole movie, they should have released it in 10 segments to keep it going. Just saying, it would have made more money. It would have been in the conversation longer. How dare they release the whole movie? These bastards!
It's a movie.
Pieces of shit.
If the movie was made in 10-second episodes, which would be retarded, maybe it should be split out like that. But if it's made as one movie, you should probably release it.
We don't have the evidence.
What's retarded was that analogy. That's what was retarded. Jesus.
I thought that was the best point he's made all day. It was like,
well, it's certainly the funniest point he made all day.
Would I rather watch Bon Jovi or K-pop? I'd rather commit seppuku. That's what I'd rather.
That can be arranged, Gary.
Real quick, any Firefly fans here besides me?
Hi.
I fucking love Firefly.
There you go. I love Firefly. It's
a great show.
Great season of television, capped off by a brilliant fucking movie.
Let's fucking go. Serenity is fucking rad.
It is.
So this one I'm not so sure about because I was thinking it's going to be a pilot, whatever they're going to announce. But Alan Tudyk, is coming back, and I don't like this unless because
he's such a good
animated series.
Yeah, but he's such a good actor and character that if they just broke the law, I wouldn't care. I'd rather have him in the show.
His character is dead. It was a great death. It was really impactful. It really meant something. It was shocking. It showed that there was real stakes in this.
Wait, Alan Tudyk's character dies in Firefly?
In Serenity.
In the movie.
In Serenity.
Oh.
Well, fuck. Spoiler alert. I haven't watched
Oh well, so this means it might be like some fucking. I said anything other than a pilot for a new series and an extension is a disappointment. So this will probably be some fucking animated fucking prequel, which this is way too much hype for that. If people want anything, it would be another series. Now, my opinion is that they should leave it the fuck alone, and that's pretty much with everything nowadays, though. And don't make it. But if Nathan Fillion walks up to the door of Joss Whedon, now we're talking. And even if
go ahead.
And even if that happens, it's a 50-50 chance it'll be good.
Yeah.
But without Joss, this is the most Joss Whedon show ever made. And I know his name is mud with a lot of people because Joss Whedon speak has been mimicked and done to death, and it's the origins of Marvel humor. But when Joss Whedon did it back in the day, it was great. He made some great TV. And this is some of the best sci-fi. The Reavers were like a fucking brilliant villain, a scary villain.
Yeah.
You know, dude, that point where they're fighting basically the government, and then the Reavers come in and they have at the end of Serenity, and they have to both team up to fight. It's like, oh, it's so fucking good.
Yeah. Dude, also, like, I mean, that's the thing. You can give Whedon shit, but he's written some good stuff over the years. And in Serenity, the operative, played by Chiwetel Ejiofor, he's one of my favorite villains in like all of cinema, dude.
He's good.
That dude is one of the most evil, like stone cold, like bad guys ever. Like when him and Mal are going back and forth, and he goes, "I don't kill children." He goes, "Well, I do."
Yep.
Because
and they were setting him up. So like that character, basically, Serenity was a condensed future seasons. So that character would have eventually been on the crew,
dude,
and taken Book's place. And that's what Whedon did so well, is he would take these fucking irredeemable characters and make them redeemable somehow. It was like
well,
really
with
great.
Him, it wasn't even that he was redeemable. It was that I know I'm a monster,
Yeah, he
but
was
I am
self-aware.
creating paradise. I'm creating the world that I can't live in. And so
exactly.
he was someone that got confronted
still
with
evil,
no, but he got confronted with the paradox of his own belief. And then they didn't try and go, oh no, obviously I'd join it. He still wouldn't turn against his own ideology.
Yes.
No.
He goes, I'm a monster, building a better world. But even just their like interaction and the fact that, Mal's the same way. Same dude, just different walk of life,
Dude,
whatever. Like
I know this was Joss, but some of the stuff, especially, with Mal and God, I'm blanking on the movement now. The war they were in, there were settlers, right?
Yes.
And was kind of based.
It's like the brown coat.
The brown coats. So they were fighting against this like basically globalist organization, multiple globes, but globalist organization, right? And that wasn't accountable for anybody and experimenting on people. Kind of based, okay, a little bit. Not that he meant to be, or maybe he just saw things differently back then. But it's a great fucking story. But I think it's benefited greatly from being just that one season and having the lore behind it of the season, of the episodes coming out of order. Quick story. One of my comic shop employees, his mother was the one who killed the show.
What?
Are you serious?
What? So I got to ask her at a dinner. I'm like, okay, I don't want to ask you about work, but what happened to Firefly? And she said, in no uncertain terms, that Joss was too much of a pain in the ass to deal with, to put up with this shit. So, and it was really expensive. It was really expensive.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
So she alluded that they set it up to fail. And she's like, I feel kind of bad about it because like a lot of people like it now. And I'm like, yeah, it's great.
Has a huge fan base, but I don't know. It's kind of perfect because it didn't last, and Serenity was I think a good button on the end of it.
Such a great finale. Yeah,
I would love more, but I would love more if I thought it was going to be good. But like you said, I don't think it's going to be a show. I think it's going to be an audio drama or an animated thing, and I think everybody's going to be disappointed by that. And if it's live action, it's going to be Disney. And it's just going to be them getting replaced by other characters.
God, you reminded me of that. Fuck.
You know what?
Well, because a lot of people. Go ahead, Ryan. Sorry.
I've had a change of heart. I have rejected watching Firefly for forever, mostly because of the memes. I'm gonna watch Firefly. I changed my mind.
Let's
go for real.
It's a great show.
Yeah, do you know why?
It's not why.
Jeremy the Cyborg said that he'd give me $100 for every episode I watch.
Well, there you go.
Oh, that's
I respect that.
Yeah,
Gary got all excited.
I did, and now I have like
wow.
You almost had my respect, Ryan, but now you don't.
Ryan, you will like this show, especially like some of the characters in it. You'll be like, no, this guy's rad. Like Adam Baldwin's character in the show is great.
All right, so do you want to do you want to do a live stream and discuss it when you're all done?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay,
I can do that, and I got to prove to Jeremy the Cyborg. But I think that for me, it's been very difficult to like want to watch this when the one thing that everybody is talking about is what a tragedy it is that it didn't get more than one season. Like, so why should I watch that if I know it's a tragedy? Like that's always kind of been my thing.
It did wrap up the story.
It wraps up the story in a movie perfectly. Like, I think it should be I think it's a story told. And if anybody out there in the chat, you'll know what I'm talking about, has read the side comics that were plotted by Joss Whedon, I'm glad they left it alone.
Yes.
Book's origin was fucking terrible.
In the way it ends, it's just like Farscape and SG-1. They all had to end with a movie because they thought they'd get another season and didn't. Yeah. So they had like mini movies to finish it off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm interested. It's, Az was telling me about this like 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I didn't take it seriously. I'm like, it's just going to be some con appearance or some stupid reunion. And then they said, well, it's not going to be that. But for me, anything less than a pilot, will be disappointing. And and without Joss, it's not Firefly. It just isn't.
If it's not a pilot, they really needed to set expectations early, because you don't want to announce something and immediately disappoint everyone.
Yeah, we find out in 2 days.
2 days, yeah.
Like, we've seen this with other things. You can overhype your audience, and then they fall out with you when you finally announce what it is.
Well, what hurt Serenity so much in the theaters was they did like a year-long thing where they were screening it for like, they were doing before they officially released it. So it wasn't successful in the theaters at all. It found success in the secondary market.
Yep.
But they kind of blew it with that one.
So it found success when it was bingeable. Is that what you're saying?
The movie? Yes. They were able to binge the entire movie when they showed the entire movie. But it found original success when it was shown weekly, and people did like it, and it did, the ratings were okay, but it was just too I think Fox said it was too expensive.
Well, they also aired it out of order, and then also
that's another issue.
Moved it then to a different time slot halfway through. It was an odd little duck, but
that's something that Fox has a nasty habit of doing, and it ends up killing really good shows.
Well, especially in the early days.
Yeah.
Yes, in the early days, especially.
Fox would take the most chances and then pull the fucking cord like goddamn Sarah Connor Chronicles. Fuck, that was a good show.
You're like,
so irritating.
Cool.
Yeah.
But
someone said, Ryan, you just said this morning you'd never watch Firefly, and all it took to change you was money. I lost respect. Yeah, are you fucking kidding me? Imagine what I mean, $7,000.
Hey, I got a guy I can connect you with.
Ryan's a Mossad agent.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
It's shekels, though. It's shekels, guys. It's not
you me tweeting AI drone footage or some shit of something going on, and I'm tweeting 13 times a day. You know what?
I just found out it was $7K a week today. I didn't realize.
Oh
that.
Shit!
So I've completely shifted my like.
Jeremy's like, I just been saying shit for the love of the game. Right?
Well, hey,
everyone anytime somebody says something that you disagree with, you're like, oh, you're getting paid by these people. You're getting paid by these people. There are plenty of retards out there that will be retarded simply for the love of the game.
For free.
That's right. Yes. That's right.
Hey, Ben Shapiro has been, he's above clicks. He's completely above clicks. He's just out for the real deal.
Yeah.
Called Piers a click whore. Piers probably go, yep.
Click whore.
Yeah.
If Ben Shapiro donated half his eyebrows to me, who has basically no eyebrows, I would still have way too many.
Are they going to become butterflies someday?
Yeah.
I'm supposed to. Well, unless the Ben Shapiro thing fucks it up, I'm supposed to be on Piers on Monday talking about the Oscars. So.
I can't wait to. I'm gonna react to Piers and Tucker today talking about Ben Shapiro. Can't wait for that because Tucker was on today with Piers, talk about little Ben. So that's gonna be good. Piers knows exactly what the fuck he's doing. He's having a lot of fun with this shit. So
yeah, dude. Yes, he is Jerry Springer, and he knows it.
And he knows it. Like for Ben Shapiro to criticize him again, he's just a Jerry Springer. And it was like,
he's just getting some random retard off the street. I'm like, is that a personal attack?
Is that like a personal attack or something?
The only thing worse than being the retard they get on the street is being the backup for the retard from the street, which is me.
You are the backup retard.
I'm the
okay?
backup
And
quarterback
we
for
love
the
you for it.
retard off the street. So thanks, Ben.
I was
you're
supposed to go on there
you're
one
gonna take
day, and
over
I got
someday.
kicked
I'm
for-
old.
I got kicked for Superman.
For Dean Cain, right?
Yeah, who hadn't watched the movie.
I got kicked for fucking Kanye.
Wow.
The one where he walked out. I got kicked for that one. That was funny. That was
held you in reserve.
Getting kicked for Dean Cain's. That's respectable, right?
It is. It's like, okay, hey, you're getting replaced by Superman. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, hell yeah. And listen, I mean, respect for taking the money. I mean, like, if you're going to get $100 an episode, so
For
that's
watching Firefly, yeah, I'll do that.
that's
I mean,
13 that's
I'm in the
$1,300
middle of
bucks.
Cowboy
What was it?
Bebop right now because somebody paid me $200 to watch Cowboy Bebop. So,
Oh,
Like,
the anime or the live action?
anime. Live action.
Anime is fucking
Anime is
great.
good.
The anime is
yeah,
good.
you're gonna like
Anime's
that.
very
Can somebody pay him to watch Death Note anime, please, so he can see
Oh, Death Note's
greatness.
fantastic too.
So he can see greatness.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Ryan will actually find something wrong with Death Note. Probably will.
He
That's
will.
$1,400.
He will later in the show. Yeah.
Now, do you get $100 for the movie Serenity or?
Me and Jeremy the Cyborg will work that out, I suppose.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're gonna get to the people here. I got to, yeah. Now that I think about it, I got to call Robert, work out the parameters of our bet. Which listen. If Lanterns is good and I like it, I absolutely will honor the bet. I will also absolutely take $500 from Robert Meyer Burnett and put it towards Hot Toys. Hell yeah!
It's not going to be good. It's going to be.
I don't think it's going to be good with Damon Lindelof.
No, I don't think so. And also
Probably
the fact
not.
that it's just they're just trying to copy like True Detective with lanterns. I'm like, that's not. Those two do not mix. I'm sorry,
Mike. I went back and looked, and there isn't real. I mean, there is some, but there isn't a lot of Watchmen videos. Which is, if you want to talk about peak woke content, it is Watchmen.
Dude,
the Watchmen TV show is
it's
worst of the
fucking
worst.
bad. I started watching it on a whim, like in like 3 a.m. and I got through the first episode and went, "This is the worst fucking show I've ever seen. This is such dog shit, dude." Like, and I know that they try to be like funny in the middle of like screaming at you about how oppressed black people are the whole time. Like, I even like the stuff with black Dr. Manhattan.
Well, wait, are you talking about Watchmen? I thought you were talking about Sinners. My bad.
No, that's it. He's like, "Hey, I made myself black with a giant forehead to make you feel comfortable about yourself." I'm like,
I do.
What the fuck,
bro? And that's not even the worst.
Like your dead fucking boyfriend or whatever. Yeah.
Dude, there's the Rorschach cult was Trump supporters
yeah.
who lived in Nixonville. Ozymandias had an illegitimate Vietnamese daughter who was smarter than him, better than everything. At the end, the reason, remember in the movie and in the book, Dr. Manhattan leaves because I'm tired of all you humans. I'm ascending to godhood.
I'm above you.
I'm losing my, I'm above you. I'm going to go create my own humans. The reason he comes back was because he falls hopelessly in love with a middle-aged black woman, Regina King, like not even a hot one. And for some reason, she's the one. And he goes blackface and blueface for her, and then willingly dies at the end and hands his powers over to the woman in the form of an egg, which is basically him handing his testicles to a fucking woman. That's how it ends.
100%.
The only thing I remember from
story.
that show is that there's a scene where they have a 50 cal and they're basically running through this field and some of the cows get killed and they hide behind the cows. And it's like, You're gonna fucking die.
Yeah.
It's a 50
They hide
cal.
behind. Yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind this is the same Dr. Manhattan who left his original wife because she was getting old and he could see it.
Yeah.
And like just a couple of years passing, and he goes, "Yeah, you're getting old. I'm gonna go with this younger chick now." Like,
dude, his
yeah, man.
origin in the movie is so good.
It
That
is
10
so
out of 10.
fucking rad.
Oh.
Yeah, I experienced fear.
Now I
for
wanna
the
watch it.
And the fucking clock ticking. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Philip Glass's music.
Dude, Snyder was cooking on that one.
It's a masterpiece. I don't.
Yep.
I will fight anyone on that one. Like, yeah, Watchmen is a especially the director's cut, dude. Like Hollis Mason's
The
death.
4 hour, the whole.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The one
Mike,
with the-
just so you know, I would love to argue with you about this, but
you can't.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't. It's great.
Snyder fucking cooked, dude.
Yeah.
And I still can't believe that same guy then turned around and made Rebel Moon
Rebel
Part
Moon.
1 and 2.
Well, because it's his own thing. If he actually has a script, he can make a decent movie.
I actually wanted to call like a congressman. I wanted to get him arrested for making those movies because they're so bad. I was like, this might be a crime against humanity. Like when it went to slow motion as they fucking harvested wheat, I was like, I might actually want to fight Zack Snyder.
300's another great movie that he did.
Yes,
but again, if somebody writes a competent script for him, he's actually a pretty decent director.
And the thing is, like, if you look at Watchmen, which who was it? That's Alan Moore. It's unfilmable. Okay, pal. He actually pulled that off by using like the actual graphic novel as the blueprint, which is what you should be doing.
Yeah,
you're adapting a comic book work. That's what you should
know
do.
how much shit I got in the shop when I said I like the ending better than the book. And then the comic.
I bet.
I got
dude.
lots of shit.
It is so much better though, man. I was like, that's actually kind of a genius move. And Alan Moore's like, I'll never watch it because it's not filmed.
I gotta say,
prick.
I don't think a single person agreed with me. Not a single customer agreed with me. They're like,
Oh,
no.
I thought the fucking ending was great, dude. Yeah, I much preferred that ending.
Yep.
Yeah.
They put the giant squid in Watchmen. Like what's weird is the Watchmen series has one good episode where Regina King and nobody's in it, and it's the fucking balloon head guy. It's oh my god, from Oh Brother Where Art Thou?
Yeah,
What's his name?
was it Mirror? It's
John
not Mirror.
No.
Looking Glass? Is it Looking Glass?
Looking Glass, I think it was. So that episode's actually good. It's just his origin, and it happens during the giant squid incident. So I'm blanking on his name now.
Yes,
Tim
Wade
Blake
Tillman.
Nelson.
Yeah, Tim Blake Nelson, Wade Tillman, and he was Looking Glass. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
That was a good episode. Like, I remember reviewing it and going, wow, that's weird. What whiplash? Because everything sucked. And then this was good. But let's get to the peeps. Now I'm going to want to watch Watchmen tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to.
But I can't because I have to finish Star Trek. Fuck Star Trek. I mean, you're going to feel the anger in my fucking video because, God damn it, all I want to do is watch One Piece. While I was doing my watch party, I'm like, I just want to stop and watch One Piece. That's all I want to do. I can't stop thinking about it, Jeremy. If you don't know, that was a tweet from Jeremy.
Was it a tweet or was it a comment I made on a live stream? I can't remember.
One of the
That
two.
was something you said here.
Maybe it was,
Yeah.
I
think it
can't
was a
stop. And then it became like a meme. So
Yeah, that's a first and only meme
it was
that
so
I've ever
long
created.
ago. I know. Well, One Piece came out when we were going to the UK, and so I was watching an episode, then watching Az get torn apart by the internet because of the pronouns thing was going viral. That was nuts.
Hashtag Az was right.
Hashtag Az was
Yep.
right. He's throwing up right now.
You're boring.
Yeah. E. Sheedlow for 50. Oh boy, still recovering from my kidney removal. Did you go to Mexico? Sorry. Fuck cancer. Sorry. Fuck cancer. You had to play that clip of Gunn dancing. You have to set back my recovery by 6 months. And now I'm going to look into eye removal and voluntary lobotomy. Thanks. Hail the chat and the fellowship. You're welcome.
You know what? If I had kidney cancer, was gonna have to get one removed. I might go take a trip down to Mexico and try to see if I get some money for it. Not tell them what's going on. You know? If you're gonna get rid of, if you have to get rid of it anyway.
Yeah, they don't.
It's
have
kind of
the
like, you know,
equipment
if there's something. If you go to get your car checked out, they're like, oh, there's something really fucked up with it. And you're like, oh shit, you drive right to the fucking dealer. Don't tell him anything. Hey, how much would I trade this in for? It's kind of one of those.
You're terrible. You've probably done that before.
Not with the kidney.
Not with the kidney, no.
With the car, yes, of course.
Ryan 7864 for 50 euros. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we all agree that Star Trek is officially beyond redemption? Nobody is coming to save it. No Gene Roddenberry, no Harv Bennett. In fact, Starfleet Academy was so embarrassing and destructive. It makes Star Wars seem salvageable in comparison. It really kind of is. Like, I'm going to make this point in my video, but it's not salvageable. Paramount wants to make a movie. I challenge somebody to pitch me a movie that people would go and see.
Which Star Trek isn't a movie franchise; it's a TV series franchise.
It's a
if you
TV
want to
franchise.
rebuild it, you have to return to its roots. And I think you basically signal to everyone. You say that you're decanonizing Kurtzman Trek. You get rid of everything. You say you're changing direction. You've very obviously announced what's happening, and then you go back and you continue what was good. Which so you start at the end of Voyager.
Same answer to how to fix Star Wars, right? It's hey, make an announcement that we fucked up, apologize to the fans, decanonize everything that's happened since then, and start, take a couple year break, clean house, get things fixed, move forward.
Well, the thing is,
the one thing that won't do.
At least in Star Trek, you have a precedent if you say this was all the Kelvin timeline.
Yeah,
that's why it all looks like dog shit. But you're right.
You could just do a
It is
time
the
travel
same exact
episode and just,
answer.
it's changed.
Nuke it all from orbit and then start over again.
I would love it if if it was just like, oh, we find out that the entire Disney timeline is really just this character named Ahsoka who traveled to the world between worlds and fucked all this shit up, and then we just restore everything to the original.
Hell yeah.
Well, they got to be careful doing that. That's the problem with it's in the contracts. They cannot besmirch the people. I learned that looking into the Kurtzman stuff, because I wondered for years, and we all have, like, why can't they just undo what's been done? And it's part of the contracting. You cannot. It's a form of defamation. You cannot defame Kurtzman, especially when he's on his way out. Apparently, if he does leave, so they have to.
You don't need to
explain it away in a way he can't sue. You have to do it in a way that he doesn't have the liability. Like, he doesn't have the ability to sue you.
Yes. You just say, we really respect what Kurtzman done and all this kind of thing, but we're a new company moving in a new direction. We want to do it our way.
Direction. We're going in
right. But you do have to be careful,
direction.
and he is right. I mean, they have all these stupid fucking contracts and shit to not say bad things about other people. But still, what you do is you just set up a patsy. Just bring in some new random guy, and you go, everyone's fired. Fuck all of you. We're restarting everything. And then one day that guy just, I don't know, quits and leaves, and nobody knows where he went.
We'll call him Kurtzman.
Yeah. Warvey Heinstein, and he just you're all
that
fired.
Kurtzman guy fucked everything up.
At least we're not working with that Kurtzman guy anymore. Yeah.
Harvey Heinstein's been sending some weird emails to these actresses asking if he can duck their sick. What does that mean?
What? Quack. Jeremy, tell us a little bit about this thing called MegaCon.
MegaCon is happening, a week from, well, technically it's a week and a day from today, but Saturday is the main day for us. We will be there for our panel Saturday morning. All of the information is over on GeeksandGamers.com. The panel is at 10:30 a.m. and Critical Drinker will be there. Gary will be there. I'll be there. Ryan will be there. Rippa will be there. It's going to be awesome. And then we are also going to be at the Riververse the booth. I think Thursday is when me and you are there, right, Gary?
Yeah,
Thursday?
you're saying it's in a week and a day, but you guys will be there on Thursday, first day of MegaCon. You and Gary at 4 p.m. at the Riververse booth.
At the Riververse booth, yeah. And so all the information is on GeeksandGamers.com, but Saturday's the big day. And then Saturday night, we have our meetup at Pat O'Brien's at City Walk. We have RSVPs for that, and we have completely sold out of those. And when I say sold out, it means that we didn't sell anything, but over 800 people have RSVP'd for that, which is, I think this is by the numbers, this is the biggest meetup we've ever done from that perspective, just on RSVP. You know what I mean? I don't think we've ever done that many. Get there early. If you can, and because we're going to try to get people in and out the best we can, but it's, You know, it's going to be, there's a lot of people there, and we want to meet as many people as possible. If you've ever been to one of our meetups, you know that usually me and Gary are kind of stuck in one end or the other. And Ryan is really good at kind of moving through the crowd, everybody buying him drinks, you know, and he just gets to meet everybody from that perspective. So
he's kind of a pro at it, because like
he's really good at it.
Where's Ryan? And he's like outside. He's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
You're like,
Yeah.
How did you get out?
So we have
here?
the signing schedule for the Rippaverse booth.
If you go,
if you go to because there is an announcement. There has been somebody added for Saturday, and that will be Zachary Levi. Will be signing
nice.
at the Rippaverse booth.
There you go.
That's
Awesome.
So he will be there on Saturday. We'll be there Thursday. I mean, we're going to be at the con. I'm going to be shopping, but maybe I'll come by and say hi to Zachary, and then we'll go to a meetup. Saturday's going to be a busy day, but it's going to be fun. But yeah, there's a bunch of side stuff going on, which I don't really want to, because I other than the signings, I have no idea what we're doing. I have no clue. But it's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of your pals will be there. The meetup's going to be great.
We got a big room for that panel, so I hope you guys all show up there. It's at 10:30, so the con starts at 10. So make sure you get there and get in, pack that place out.
Show them what we can do.
Friday night, I'm going to be at the Universal MegaCon.
I'll be there with you.
Tickets. You can buy a ticket to go to Universal that night, which you're going to be in town and want to do Universal anyway. It's a pretty good deal. The park is just for people that have that MegaCon exclusive ticket, and there's pretty low wait times, and it's nice and cool out. So,
yep.
And if you don't want to go to that, you can go to my comedy show on Friday night at 10 o'clock.
There we go.
Hell yeah.
So right here, we have this right here. It kind of breaks down a lot of the stuff that's going on. And, you know, we'll have a more in-depth stuff on the article on the website. I'm sure mods are sharing those when they can. But it's going to be a very, very busy few days for us. And we're looking forward to seeing so many of you out there, meeting up with you guys, hanging out, shooting the shit. And the only thing I'd say is, like, for the meetup on Saturday night, parking, I don't know how they're going to handle parking. Usually after 6, parking is free, but this is a very busy weekend. So I don't
Mardi
know.
Gras week. So if there's a concert, you might have to pay. I would Uber if I was you guys.
Uber.
I wouldn't even bother.
Uber,
with that,
yes.
so.
Uber if you can, because that would be what we'd recommend there. But yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. We cannot wait. And, you know, this is going to be, we'll be live streaming it and all of that on different channels. Mainly, obviously, main Geeks and Gamers channel will be live streaming. I'm sure Gary will probably do something as well. And, you know, we'll try to do stuff on our respective channels. We will be recording the panel, and it will be just like last year, where we will have it in a way where the audio quality will be good. We'll have good camera angles and things like that. So the panel will be fully uploaded to the main channel as well, main Geeks and Gamers channel. So we'll try to make sure for all the people that can't make it out there, we'll try to give you guys as much of an experience as we possibly can. So there we go.
Hell yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
Mikey Gussler for 50. Finally, the cringe is over. Don't know if this show is just as cringe as supporting Thomas Massey, but it's cringe nonetheless. Gary, when will the official meetup dates for Vegas be revealed? After MegaCon. Right after, well, not right after MegaCon, no, because I've still set up a place and do all this stuff. But I can give you a rough date. It's going to be around the time of the Star Trek convention. So don't wait too long, old man. Love you. I'll try not to wait too long. Got a couple things to do before then, but going to Japan too. That's coming up. Somebody was in the chat was asking, where's Quarter Black? He has been in Star Trek hell for the last 10 weeks. And he will be released from Star Trek hell after this weekend. He is currently editing my video, which is half done.
My God, the abuse, Gary.
I know. I like
Torture,
it.
Man.
It's, you know, you got to get some enjoyment out of life.
The lawsuit's going to be interesting in the future.
We're going to offer, Ryan Kinnell was nice enough to offer his services for therapy, for trauma therapy. So Sheepsidian on the Streamlabs side for 50. Hello. I'm the real life Black Aragorn. Gonna skip MegaCon and draw like mad. Everyone have fun in Orlando. Drink extra coffee for me. I will. I'll see you all in Vegas. Look for the Melanin King with the melanated queen. Hail, and remember that you bow to no one. Hail, brother. See you in Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
August.
Shout out sheep.
MB Hayden for 40 on the Streamlabs side. Thank you. A huge One Piece anime / manga fan. I absolutely love season 2. Best 3 episodes are the last 3 with my boy Chopper, and the practical sets look great too. For example, they built the whole Rumbar pirate ship for a single scene. That's all. The sets are fucking great.
Yes.
They're like, it's like a theme park. It makes you want to go to like a theme park for this show, which is awesome.
Well, going over Reverse Mountain, that's a ride.
Yeah.
That looks like a ride.
Yeah.
Martin Kohler for 50. My brother opened a store on Etsy called Radiant Springs. That's Radiant Springs. He was inspired by you all. I ordered my shirt already. This message was unsolicited. I'm not the brother who I'm not under duress by his parents to support his older, wiser, and caring brother. Your parents told you to do that. That's okay. I understand. Thank you. It's called Radiant Springs on Etsy. Josh Lenner on the Streamlabs side for 100. Every time I see or hear Captain Nalaake speak, it reminds me of Arseface from Preacher. Yeah, exactly. That's good.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, that's good. Robert Becker for 50. As a young teen, one of my favorite series of books was the Dragonlance Chronicles and I Slays. I always dreamed of them being made into movies. In today's climate, I'd rather watch a toilet bowl flushing than see what would happen to them now. Yep. You pretty much want it. If you love something, you don't want it adapted by modern Hollywood.
Not today.
Dragonlance is like the fantasy goat. It's, go back and read it if people are wanting some good classic fantasy. It's brilliant.
I got a new dog.
I saw the pictures on Twitter, man. Cute dog.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, we I think he's 4 or 5 years old. He was a stray. He's like malnourished. You can feel his ribs right now. He's gonna get huge. He's got to gain like 30 pounds. But yeah, poor guy had nowhere to go.
Did you find him on the street or
no, somebody else had found him and took care of him for a while. We checked. He didn't have a chip. We tried to find the owners, and so he is now ours. His name is Ace, after the Bat Hound. Ace the Bat Hound.
That's awesome.
I love that.
Picture doesn't do him justice. He's big, and he's kind of crouched, so he's got that shepherd thing going. He's fucking badass, but he's got a little bit of PTSD, so he's
poor baby.
Yeah,
Don't
he's
we
getting
all?
through it. Yeah, don't we all? But yeah, he found a home, so.
That's awesome.
We love
That
Ace.
is awesome.
Epic Reader has donated 10 Nerdrotic memberships for 50. Hail! I don't know what the next watch party is going to be. It won't be Starfleet Academy.
Thank God.
It won't be Daredevil. I don't know. Something good. When's Reacher coming out, Ryan? It should have been out by now.
I think it's sometime relatively soon, but I don't know if it was supposed to be out right now.
Well, normally it'd come out earlier in the year.
Every year is crazy.
Yeah.
Did you see War Machine on Netflix?
Not yet. I want to. I want to see it.
It's just
generic Netflix streaming movie?
Kind of, yeah, but it reminds me of like the Extraction movies. Just in terms of,
I like Extraction.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna be like, "Oh, Extraction, that thing's a fucking masterpiece." You're like, "Oh, Extraction, that's pretty fun." That's how I felt about War Machine. The thing is, they didn't need to have giant killer fucking alien robots in it. They didn't need that part of it. It was an interesting little story by itself, and they throw that in the mix.
I'm down with that, though. I'm down with the alien killer robots.
It is on Netflix, so there's going to be a random black guy and a random, strong woman. But overall, it's pretty good.
Cool.
Gotta stay
There's a
on
lot,
brand.
dude. There's so much happened this week. Some good, some bad, some still has to come out, but we got Project Hail Mary coming out next week. Looking forward to that. One Piece drops. Starfleet Academy finishes. Harry Potter book 5 came out. I'm halfway through that. It's really good. You really get Ryan, and when you hear the voice actors, you get the sense of how fucking emo Harry is throughout this whole book. He's just fucking angry throughout the whole fucking thing.
I'm about let's see. I'm past detention with Dolores.
I'm right there.
So yeah, I'm in that probably same 8 hours in or whatever the fuck. This is a long one. This is almost 30-hour book or 30-hour listen because of Order of the Phoenix is so long. But yeah, I'm
who was the voice of Dolores?
Keira Knightley.
Keira Knightley.
Ooh, wow.
It's pretty good.
Dude, the cast they get for these things are freaking brilliant, except for
Ramsay Bolton as Remus Lupin.
Yep.
And that's a long time. I mean, he did, 5 books. You know what I mean? Mad Eye Moody is
James McAvoy.
James McAvoy is Mad Eye Moody.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he has a great, when he's talking about the different members from the original Order of the Phoenix, he has like a long time where he just goes on and on and on in the Moody voice, Gilderoy Lockhart is Kit Harington.
Yeah. Jon Snow.
He'll pop back up at some point in this book.
Yes, he will. That's a good dude. That whole scene in St. Mungo's is fucking great.
It's just full of random lore drops.
Yep.
And shit.
And one of the most tragic things in the entire fucking story. Poor Neville.
Hagrid is Robert Baratheon. That's true. There are a lot of Game of Thrones actors in this.
Yeah,
but British,
Zanzoltan for 2,000 arses. It's a lot of arses. Hail FNT and hail chat. Since Mike spoke of Watchmen, hey Nerdrotic, did you see the Watchmen, the series made from Lindelof in IMDb, has an 8.2 based on 150,000 ratings. Let me remind you, One Piece season 1 is an 8.3. Yep, you can put them on the same level. I'm now hoping you make a video about it now. I was kind of alluding that if I find time, if I need like, hey, I got a couple extra weeks, there's not anything really to make a video on, I'll make a fucking Watchmen video. I don't think anybody's really made an extensive one, and I think it kind of needs it. Maybe before Lanterns comes out. I'll drop it before Lanterns comes out because holy shit, that show is something else.
It's so fucking bad.
It is cringe as fuck.
Waiting for the asteroid. Sure this isn't you, Ryan, for 100. Hollywood's feminist push backfired. Now people question if women-led projects are even worth watching. This is true. This is absolutely true. And this is coming from a woman. Hope you all enjoyed Japan. I couldn't afford the trip, but hope to meet you all someday. Love from Cali and hail the fellowship. Right back at you. We'll see you at a meetup.
Who is that?
That was Waiting for the Asteroid.
Oh, yes. Fucking asteroid.
Quelndar for $200.
Damn.
Hail. Damn, Jeremy ruined my joke about Maggie giving someone a hand job. You could just tell it again. And
she played a hooker in some show, right? Some like mature rated show. She played some fucking hooker or prostitute or whatever.
Well, she did secretary, but she wasn't a hooker in that.
Oh, is that it?
That probably is secretary. That was what she was kind of famous for.
That's what she's known for.
It was great acting because James Spader had to pretend to be attracted to her for an entire film.
I like James Spader.
That's what you call acting.
The Juice.
The what?
Oh no,
Juice?
starred as Eileen Candy.
The Juice.
French.
Oh no.
Disper's
Here we go.
too.
I did not
Deuce.
see that coming.
That's going to get Rumble's attention. Oh God. Okay, so and did fake wizard become a feminazi? Why is he wearing a pussy hat? Hail the fellowship.
Go watch One Piece.
It's a chopper hat.
It's chopper.
Zan Zoltan for 500 arses says, yep, indeed, they used this to ruin Morgan Freeman's career. Remember the CNN report? Yeah, Holly Weird is corrupt to the core. CNN tried to ruin Joe Rogan, but it's also it's random studios and random actors. I mean, one studio got busted giving critics $50 to write positive. It was some random movie too. $50 to write positive reviews. So if one studio is doing it, they're all doing it.
My price is clearly $100 for an episode of Firefly. So
there it goes. Well, you didn't promise to like it. You didn't say I'm going to like it for $100. You just said I'm going to
200.
Everybody's got a price.
That's 200. San Zoltan for 1,000 more arses says, want to know why they released One Piece in the binge mode? Oh, here we go again. You're bringing it up again. Because the anime people are already tired of having to wait week after week to see it. So they released the season binge. So they don't have to wait unnecessary time to rewatch the same eps. Also, as an extra, One Piece is exemplary on being spoiled by people. Be thankful they release it in the binge. From anyone could destroy the entire story by just saying one little detail. This is why they released it all at once.
That is not why they released it. They don't give a fuck about spoilers. They do not care about us. They don't care about the audience. That's not why.
Most people.
So what does that even mean, though? Like, I don't even understand the thought process because, well, the anime watchers had 2.5 years to spoil this before the season came out. And then if you just dump all the episodes out, then even more people are able to be spoiled. I don't get that part.
When there's an anime show that comes out in Japan, it's not translated, it's not ported over to the US, but it's instantly spoiled. So everything is out there, and if you're in it, you see it instantly. So it's like they get very upset, and it's ruined. My experience is ruined. But it's like, hey, that's one of the coolest scenes ever, though. So
yeah, like when Demon Slayer came out in Japan, they had stuff up like day 2, like full on like scenes.
Do spoilers bother you guys? Like really?
No, not really.
Only on occasion, but
yeah, they do.
Depends on the spoiler.
I need them. I refuse to watch it unless I have some kind of an inkling of what's going to happen. I sat in a theater and I saw X-Men: The Last Stand and watched everybody get brutally murdered, and then the next year Spider-Man 3. And I've needed therapy ever since. So I need to have spoilers now.
Spider-Man 3. I still watch it.
I think that there's
I really care about. I avoid getting spoiled, but the onus is on me, not anybody else, right?
Yeah.
Something's out, people can fucking talk about it.
I told you.
Also, if I care that much, I'm not going to be online.
Yeah, something gets spoiled for me. I don't really care that much, to be honest.
I feel like I think there's only a few exceptions that it can truly, like for me, The Sixth Sense got ruined when I saw it.
Oh, really?
There's no way to appreciate that movie without experiencing it. But that's one of
fair.
You know what I mean? But there's a few exceptions, but overall, like
The Usual Suspects would be another one. It's like you wouldn't want to.
Yeah, that got spoiled for me actually, and I'm still going to
talking about.
watch it.
I thought you want black people for a minute. My bad.
The Usual Suspects,
Yeah. We spoiled ourselves. Yeah.
Told the story before, sorry, but the worst one of all time was at the comic store. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince has been out for like a fucking day, and customer comes in. I can't believe they killed Dumbledore, and I'm like. Thanks, dude.
The best story was in Canada. In Canada, someone drove in a car because they bought the book at a place earlier, and then they go to this line of people that's like a mile long just to yell out of the car, "Snape kills Dumbledore! Snape kills Dumbledore!"
I've seen that video, and there's a girl. She's like, "No!"
I remember when Deathly Hallows came out. Somebody snuck into a warehouse where they were holding books. Like a little, like weeks before the release, and took a bunch of pictures of every page and was uploading them to the internet.
Yes,
wow.
Oh,
but that is a sign of a healthy fandom. That is a fandom that wants to know stuff. That's a fandom that theory.
Breaking an entry.
Well, I don't know about that. Like,
yes.
On the internet, it's called
you are a real fan if you risk jail time over your story.
I guess, or you're a
It's healthy,
lunatic.
but frowned upon.
We all watch fanboys. Yeah.
Well, like if someone spoils something and no one gives a fuck, it's probably because no one actually cares about that thing.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
My buddy, when The Force Awakens came out, he had to go to the second showing of it because he had to work, and he was like, I just hope it doesn't get spoiled. I'm like, bro, it's not going to get spoiled.
I was like,
for you."
Han dies.
Yes, as the guy's walking out of the theater, he goes, I can't believe they killed Han Solo. And he's like, fuck, man, come on.
I feel like the crazy thing is, Endgame, I feel like is the biggest, obviously the biggest fucking movie, but
yeah.
That was probably the biggest kind of shared cultural experience for a movie that we have ever seen and will ever see, probably.
Yep.
Like at the same time, opening weekend, all that stuff, and I avoided getting spoiled for that pretty easily. I wasn't even like it's not like I went on a internet fast or something. I just didn't get. I don't feel like people posted that many spoilers in the places I was at the time.
I disagree in terms of there were people posting the fuck out of spoilers for Endgame on Twitter. It was bad.
But you still had a YouTube channel at that time, and you were like in the entertainment news.
Right.
Page.
Yeah.
I was
right. Yeah. You're
like
right.
now I get spoiled for fucking everything because it's always in my feed and shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you guys remember the Fallout 3 spoilers? Where like somebody posted them and Bethesda took it down, and then they just started posting these really cringe memes, and in it they would put like "kill your son" or "nuke the Commonwealth," and people are like, "What is that?" And it was just they just posted it like everywhere. Yeah, spoilers don't really bother me because I'm like, if the story's good, it's good. But you know, if that's like the whole thing, like like the Sixth Sense, if you know, or like Fight Club, it does kind of ruin the experience.
Yeah, no, yeah. If there's like a big fucking secret, that makes sense. But.
Yeah.
Well, also deaths, because then it means that anytime anyone gets into a situation where they might die, you either know they're safe or not, so it removes any tension from the scene.
Yeah,
that's true too. Yeah, yep.
No one's ever really gone though.
No one's ever really gone.
That's what Disney taught us.
Unfortunately.
No one's really gone.
Apparently Wash isn't gone either. So
yeah. So, like, we know you got impaled, but like it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. I mean, just took out most of your
I mean, when
chest.
Darth Maul gets cut in half and then comes back.
Oh,
It's
shit.
a speed hole.
I talked to a guy the other day who is not a Star Wars fan, and he goes, "Yeah, I watched that movie and Darth Maul. He gets cut in half." He goes, "But then I saw him in like a cartoon or something." I go, "Yeah." He comes back and he goes, "How?" He gets like robot legs, and he's like, "Oh,
space magic."
How does that?" He's like, "How does that work?" Though I was like, "I don't know, man. Just like
Tell him to ask Ryan Kennel. Ryan has all the answers.
That was the funniest thing about Solo to me is how many people had no idea of why Darth Maul was there at the end. Like people had no fucking idea why Maul showed up. That's like, well, you got to watch at least through season 4 of a show they aired on Cartoon Network.
Mandalorian and Grogu's gonna do great then.
There's a Maul series coming out in like a couple weeks, by the way,
What
where they
the
delve
fuck cares
deeper into
about?
Darth Maul's backstory and they flesh him out as a character, but he's still going to remain mysterious. Don't worry.
Just what we always wanted.
Is this gonna be a Fed project?
And he
or
still has one of the,
No,
the
it's
funniest
Disney Plus.
deaths. He still has one of the funniest deaths ever.
Darth Maul has like infinitely more screen time in the Star Wars universe than Darth Vader does.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's true. Yep.
Yeah.
Some brief good news. Breaking BuzzFeed reports loss of $57 million in 2025 has substantial doubts the business can survive.
That's
no.
awful. I'm
That's
so sorry to hear
terrible.
that.
Oh, how terrible.
That's awful.
What happened?
I thought it was already out of business.
I mean, maybe moral bankruptcy, but
Well, how are they spending $57 million?
don't know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
BuzzFeed has a lot of shit going on. They have all these fucking sites and channels and people
Those bot
involved
farms
with
are
them.
They're
expensive.
snack.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those bot farms are very expensive. They're like, man, we gotta keep pumping these out.
Yep.
Yep. All right. Back to the people. Justin Martin's Vern for 50. Jeremy's binge versus weekly argument makes Beardo's sports argument look intelligent. I don't know what that's referring.
Good old Beardo, always catching strays.
Catching strays everywhere he goes.
Our last
Always.
argument, he caught strays. Yeah.
Zanzoltan for 500 Arses says, for those who don't know, they only got to episode 90 on the anime. Great, right? Ha ha ha. You still have 1,065 episodes to go. We will
only 13%.
We will all be dust before they even get to Amazon Lily. Ha 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 ha. I don't think it makes it past 4 seasons. I think it'll be too expensive.
The manga is about to end, but we don't know if it's like years from now, but it's coming to an end. I think this show is going to line up with that ending so that they don't Game of Thrones themselves, and then they're just going to skip to an ending. I think they're lining them up.
Isn't there a time jump in the?
I don't think we're going to get the time jump.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the most accurate thing. Is I think they're going to try to coincide it so they can speed run to the end, which is why I think they sped up production because they're trying to keep up with it. I mean, the fact is, like, the big gimmick where Oda actually wrote down the secret of the One Piece and then dropped it in the fucking ocean. It tells me that they're trying to build up whatever the ending is that's coming.
When is the manga supposed to end?
Who fucking knows?
It could be next year. Or it could be another 5 years. But Oda has officially said we're ramping into the end now.
Okay. It's really hard to know with manga writers because they could also tomorrow break their back and then not write for 15 years. Hunter x Hunter fans. So that does happen occasionally, or like you'll get like this fucking banger anime like Free Run, and you're like, hell yeah, this is like one of the best anime ever. And then writer's like, yeah, I'm going on hiatus, and then disappears for like 4 years. So,
well, that happened with Full Metal Alchemist too.
Yeah, it did.
Well, that happened with the showrunners of One Piece. Matt Owens is leaving for mental health reasons after the season.
Yeah, so I don't know how Oda's going to stick the landing because, like, the One Piece needs to be awesome, brilliant. I have a feeling it's going to be a single coin and it's wrapped up with it's One Piece. It's going to be one little thing, and it'll just be, the adventure was really
but this is the only
destination, but the adventure, the journey.
This is the only property in history that has executed a mystery box well enough where it doesn't matter what it is at the end. Because it is not about what the One Piece is. This is genuinely about what the adventure is to get there, which is more applicable to life than it is like anything else. That's why this show works so well. Is each episode is its own story. Compare this to WandaVision. It's all about what's in the box. In this, you don't care about what's in the box. You're interested in what's happening in the world. What's going on with these characters. It is actually good storytelling. And if we look at when was this particular season was dropped in the manga in the year 2000. It was like 2000 to 2002 was when the manga was premiering. We can't write stories like this anymore. You guys haven't seen it yet, but like Shad and me and Mike know, the last 3 episodes you're going to get are so earnestly sincere with childlike optimism, with childlike hope. No Hollywood writer worth any. They couldn't even fathom the concept of childlike hope that you guys are about to get. It is ridiculous, man.
Hell yeah. I'm excited. Especially how much I'm already loving it, because I'm already loving season 2 already, 4 episodes in. So
yeah.
That's awesome.
I may just record fuck episode 10. Star Trek's done. I'm going to watch it.
Yeah, it's just it starts out. He goes, I didn't watch this last episode. I'm not reviewing.
You want to let it off that easy?
No, we could probably get him to record for him. It's like, just try and impersonate me.
Use that.
I'll just go, yes. Rhino Helix for 50. It's a rant. Says my favorite FNTs are those where the crew breaks into teams like News Crews and Anchorman and fights at max volume about binge versus weekly for a full hour. Hail the fellowship. Yes.
Fighting is always good. Arguing is always good. Yes. And I will, again, tune in to Tuesday's main event every week if you like that shit.
I don't agree with that, Jeremy.
I like fighting.
I'm going to fight about it.
I want to arguing and fighting and yelling and insulting each other. Good for the soul. It's good for the soul.
After I set my prices for these things I will watch, I did have to make it clear for some people that were making suggestions. I will not be watching Tuesday night's main event for money.
I respect that. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah.
Zanzoltan for 500 more arses says nothing funnier than making. They made Navi DEI woman, so when they get to Emu, are they gonna make her a DEI woman? Ha 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 ha. That would be funny knowing her past now. It might be. It might be
Yes.
bad. I don't know if it fundamentally changes the story, but it could. Vang Boffel for 500 Danish krona says, all you need to know of One Piece is that every crew member represents a different country. America is a cyborg shipwright that can turn into a centaur, fire lasers from his nipples, and is powered by cola. In other words, he is awesome.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell
Which
Hell
crew
yeah,
member
dude.
is Israel?
The one everyone complains about.
Everyone complains. Surly SOB for 50 says, I wish Starfleet Academy was done as the binge model so that I could stop hearing about it. Pretty Peace, for the love of God, stop. Let it drift to the forgotten void. It will eventually. It will eventually. But this is also Friday Night Tights, where we discuss weekly stuff. Weekly. Like Rings of Power. I don't think that's coming out this year, though. I don't think it's coming out this year. You never know. Could happen at the end of the year. But Ahsoka season 2. No. Yeah.
Sucker.
Neanderthal 2020 for $200. I'm late. Firefly is great. Firefly, kiss my ass, you crazy dorks. Okay.
Got him.
Right.
It is great.
I like Firefly too.
Hell yeah, brother.
It's fun.
Can't wait to see what the big reveal is this weekend.
Hey, yeah, this Sunday. Did we know a time?
No, just a date.
They should have waited for MegaCon.
Yeah, they should have.
Unless that's maybe they're gonna be at MegaCon.
It's gonna be Awesome Con.
They're doing it at a different con, yeah.
Yeah. Hayden Wayne for 50. Hayden! I got a phone call right when the binge versus weekly argument started. It's much easier to listen to it in 2 times speed. Hail the fellowship. See you guys next week.
So the binge argument is better for you to binge through it.
I would agree with that.
Plow through
it. There we go.
Well, for somebody that doesn't enjoy it, yes. The person that did enjoy it said those are his favorite episodes if we just keep getting those week after week.
There we go.
Well, that would be season after season. We don't have the next episode written yet. Gary
well, you know,
sent the
you
email
can't
out.
ever really prove it, you know? So, I mean.
No, I can't prove. Gary has not emailed me the talking points for next week yet. I don't.
I'm waiting to get him from the ghost of Rush Limbaugh, okay? So as soon as that happens.
I thought it was Steve Bannon.
Whatever
we
that
have
is. Problems here if you're waiting for an email because Gary can't write and you can't read. So
Gary, do you have your photo
Gary.
time? Do you have your photo time with Jodie Whittaker set up yet?
I didn't. I didn't set it up. I was thinking about Alec Baldwin. I really was thinking about that one.
You might actually shoot in the face.
I'm gonna bring a plate carrier just in case Alec Baldwin, gets a little angry. Who knows?
MegaCon is one of those celebrity petting zoo cons. So the Hobbits are going to be there. That'll be cool. So,
They have a little bit of everything in MegaCon, like everything.
Yeah.
It is right now. It is either the first or the second biggest con in the country.
It's the biggest one in North America, I believe.
Is it bigger than New York? Though I think New York.
It is.
Wow. It's huge.
No, it's bigger in New York.
Okay.
MegaCon Orlando was around 200,000 last year.
That's what New York was. New York was 200,000 plus.
So
it's
I remember going down the escalator. It's the wall of people.
We
and being
almost
like,
got.
Am I gonna
we almost
die?
died. We literally almost died.
Well, I mean, that's
because that stupid fucking Eevee.
That's right. Yeah.
That's what it was.
There's a massive Eevee in some suit that like was having problems at the escalator, like couldn't move.
Yeah,
so like just a wall of people and nowhere to go.
Die. I really did.
What happened to San Diego was the fire marshal came in and capped the tickets. So that's why they sell out in minutes.
This is a bigger space.
It's a bigger space, but they're eventually going to get capped, like everything does.
Just got to open up that other half of the
Foco Nali has gifted 20 Nerdrotic memberships for $100. Hail! Sorry, I screwed up your name. I can't read. They just said it. It's a fact. Rex 6 Papa on the Streamlabs side for $100. What are your nerd hot takes? Here's one. The Mila Resident Evil movies are great fun movies for dudes. They perfectly capture the soul of game. What is that? Mila
Jovovich.
Mila Jovovich. Yeah, I like them because Mila Jovovich.
Yeah,
they're terrible.
They're fun.
They're
not good movies, but they're fun.
Hot take.
Boobs.
They perfectly capture the soul of the games, and the games themselves are just as badly written. They're both just fun zombie schlock for dudes.
Yeah,
that's a hot take.
I fucking hate the Resident Evil movies. I hate the Resident Evil movies.
The movies are not good, but the games are
they're fun.
What's my hot take? I love the Hobbit trilogy.
That is
the original or like the fan cuts.
The original.
No, the extended edition.
I love the
extended
original
editions.
Hobbit. Yeah, I love the
Extended
Hobbit.
editions.
Watch them all the time. Watch them all the fucking time.
Too much extra crap.
I don't know. What's my hot take? That One Piece season 2 is fucking gay as lame. That's my hot take right now, I think.
300 and Watchmen are overrated. That's my hot take.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Odin couldn't even say it while we were actually arguing about it. He was just typing in chat.
I kept trying to, but y'all kept going.
Graphic novels, get it.
It is.
Oh man,
you're lucky you're a brother in Christ, bro. That's all.
Jeremy likes Man of Steel.
I don't.
Odin gave up good opinions for Lent.
He stopped his editing for this.
Watchmen's really good.
We're like, it was like, I have to.
Watchmen's amazing. I am not the biggest fan of 300, but I do appreciate it because I watched it well after the fact. When I didn't watch it when it, problem. I watched it years and years later when it came out, but at the time it was a visual effects achievement. Like it was crazy what he pulled off with that. From a visual storytelling standpoint,
the slow motion just disturbs me.
I don't really like 300, but Watchmen is fucking great.
Yep.
BVS is dog shit. Period. End of discussion.
You have to watch the Ultimate Edition. You have to watch the Ultimate Edition to get the full.
Oh god, yeah. Like those fucking retards.
So
it's like
I'm not gonna get into this with you, Jeremy.
And just to be clear, when I'm calling people retarded,
one argument is
I'm just saying that you are retarded if you think Batman vs Superman is good.
I'm not gonna get into this with you, okay, motherfucker? Putting ketchup on steak and stuff.
We
got 5 arguments. We've been through a couple of them already on this stream.
I only trust half of you anyway, Mike. Okay, so
I'm stealing your wallet at MegaCon.
How does that work anyway, Mike? Like, if I walk to on your right, do I have to worry about you taking my wallet? I'm on your left.
Yeah, it's more like a consciousness thing. It just depends on the day. Yeah.
If there's somebody's blaring rap music out the window, all of a sudden,
yeah, one day I'm like, that's pretty cool. The next day I'm like, I am calling the cops.
Just put your money in your sock.
That would be crazy if you wake up one day you're white, the next day you're black. Like there's just a switch in your head that fucking.
I think there's a movie about that.
20 points.
Yeah, it's confusing. Yeah, some days I'm like, man, I just put on country music and my Levi jeans, and I go outside and I'm a model citizen, and the next day I'm stealing wallets. So.
Steve Safaro for $4.99 says illegal transplant of Ben Shapiro curlies onto fake wizard Shabbat Shalom tax KL 199.
What? They're all
illegal transplant of Ben Shapiro curlies onto fake wizard Shabbat Shalom tax. It's a tax.
They're
I'll be
all
right back.
working for the Israeli
Right.
People were saying hot takes. I could have easily trucked them all. I kept my mouth.
It's so accurate, though, Shad. It's accurate.
I mean, look at that AI. It's beautiful.
For AI.
Generative AI.
No.
Shad had to go off cam. He got a little too excited.
Screenshotting it with his phone.
Upset with this. This is inaccurate. I wouldn't obviously be that upset.
Well, it depends where his hand's going.
Well, that's true.
Hail Wizard, you're doing the Lord's work covering gaming.
Hey,
This is
shout
10
Thank you.
raised to 499. Yes, he is. Wizard, what happened to your hat? Hope you're doing good. Chopper hat. Everybody's talking about your hat. See, this is what happens when we have a stream where it's just our faces in 9 to 10 panels for 4 hours. You know, if you shave your mustache wrong or you got a big old zit, people are just going to notice it. Just roll with it.
Welcome to the internet.
Get another haircut.
I've been threatened.
I forgot about that.
It's Farouk got another haircut.
I never knew how ugly I was until I became part of the internet.
Yep.
They let me know every day. You ugly piece of shit. I'm like, well, fuck.
The fact that
never said that to me, but
the
my
fact
mom
that
always told me I was handsome.
the fact that people feel the need to use my face for a thumbnail. I mean, a 56-year-old like looks like he's been sat out in the sun for too long, leathered up, old drug fucking addict. You're in a bad place.
The weirdest one
I
is
don't
when you
put
get
my own
insults.
face on thumbnails.
When you get insults you don't even understand. Someone told me to take marbles out of my mouth, and I'm still confused.
It usually means you're mumbling or something.
No, mister, you keep those in.
It's not a British bad teeth joke. It's a you can't speak joke.
Yeah.
Those are marbles. Those are balls. They're testicles.
The best part is like
those aren't marbles. It's all his loose teeth that have fallen out. No.
pretty good.
Eric,
If you use Garrett at thumbnails and he goes, he looks like a drug addict. You go, he was.
Dude, no, like first or second day in San Francisco, we're going to I think we're going to see Eddie Izzard live. And there's a dude out front when he was funny. And there's a guy out front, he's all weed. Sees me, he goes, Coke.
It's like you can tell,
can you?
Man, you are good.
You have money.
He looked into your soul. It's like I can see.
They need to employ him at airports.
Yeah.
Eric just for 50 Danish krona. Question to Shad: a Viking warrior with a gambeson, proper chainmail, helmet, shield, and weapon. With what weapons can kill him on the battlefield and how?
Oh, heaps of different weapons could still kill him.
50 cal?
All that. But
yeah,
you would have trouble getting through with a Viking sword because they're not very tapered to a point, but they're usually heavier, and so they can still break bones. But a spear has a good chance of busting through. And so an axe, they loved axes.
Mace to the face.
Well, yeah, aren't blunt weapons good because they just do break bones and stuff even through armor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Impact damage is still impact damage. Yeah.
Nunchucks.
Yeah.
Well,
That
frankly,
is
those are the
flail.
best weapons to use at all times. Yeah.
Bastard. No.
Yeah.
Jeremy
John Wick
Griggs
proved you wrong.
Jeremy Griggs for $10. Beardo told me he has a nut allergy. I came anyway. Ryan Kinnell for $10. Beardo's girlfriend looks like Nick Nolte's mugshot. Ryan Kinnell for $10. True story. When I joined the Navy, my recruiter asked me to state my full name. Ryan ass shit fuck Kinnell, sir. The recruiter leaned back and asked, damn, son, do you suffer from Tourette's? No, sir. My parents are just assholes.
Wow.
Ryan Kennel for $10. If laughter really is the best medicine, Jeremy's face would cure AIDS. Ryan Kittle for $10. My new favorite pastime is watching Jeremy try to fit his entire vocabulary into one sentence.
You got to open for me in Orlando next Friday.
He's not catching strays. That's
That's good. That was good.
Ryan Kittle for $10 says, I saw a woman riding a bike the other day and I thought it was mine, but then I remembered that mine is chained up in my crawl space begging for food.
I saw that one was going pretty quick.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, we're gonna wrap it up there. Thanks for the jokes, guys.
Gotta spend that Firefly money somewhere, you know.
You got it. I'll be back Monday with the Square Up on Nerdrotic Live and Rumble to take care of the rest. Thank you very much. Let's go around the horn, see what the people are doing. What do you got coming up, Epic Mike?
Yeah, I'll be streaming tonight. Probably I'm playing something. I'm not sure what I'm going to be playing yet. And then maybe Saturday, the same thing. But yeah, just go check me out over there, streaming, talking, ranting about stuff. So that's all I got.
All right. Comics.
Oh, good Lord. Roland, I hate you. I'll see you Monday. He's making me play the stupid Lesbian Knight's Tale game. So I'll be doing that tonight, 9 p.m. Central.
There you go. Ryan, please tell us how many people were playing that game today that had 250,000 bookmarks, correct?
Well, it had a 48 or at a 24-hour high of 457, but when we were covering it this morning, it had 150 people playing, even though 250,000 people had wish listed X Photo or 1348 X Photo. I don't know where the modern audience went, but they didn't buy the game.
They sure didn't show up for this game.
So comics, people will actually notice when you're playing.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
I'm just glad it only cost $25 because, game's ass.
It looks like ass.
Yeah, it looks bad.
The gameplay, at least for the demo, was ass.
Odin.
Yeah, find me over at OMB Reviews. Excited about MegaCon next week. Box office has been rough recently because of not only the movies coming out, but also the numbers has just, it died and now it's kind of back, but it's not really back. And so that just messes me up. But Raven Awards this Sunday, my Oscars boycott show. So if you want an opportunity to vote for the best and worst in film of 2025, make sure to check out the ballot at my website, ombReviews.com.
Brilliant. Projections for Project Hail Mary.
Oh, it's not looking great, to be honest, as far as like the early opening, but I think the word of mouth will probably help it down the line. So looking like maybe 50 to 60 million domestic opening, I think was the last I heard, but we'll see.
It has a big budget too.
Yeah.
Needs to hit 600 million to break even, right? Ish.
Yeah, roughly.
I finished the book way earlier this week, and I enjoyed it a lot. So I'm looking forward to the adaptation.
Chris liked it. Drinker liked it. So we'll see. We'll see. I see it Monday.
There's been a lot of hype around this movie. It sounds like it's going to be really cool.
It's another story that's despite the pretty grim situation, it's a story of that's inspiring and of friendship, basically.
I'm looking forward to it. So
yeah, it's a good audiobook.
Like after reading the book, I think Gosling's a really good cast for for Ryland Grace.
Who's the guy who reads the audiobook? He was Darkside.
Ray Porter?
Ray Porter, yes.
I actually read the book. Although I do love Audible.
I'm doing the audiobook. It's great.
I listened, and Ray Porter reads it great. Does a great
job.
job.
He's good. He's good when it comes to audiobooks and shit.
Disbrew.
Want to do a video on Rachel Zegler's recent comments that she still hasn't learned to shut up, which is all she needed to do to actually get back in
news
to turn things around. Probably one more Starfleet Academy / Alex Kurtzman video, and then it'll be back to the list of topics that I keep going.
All right. Yeah, we need one more out of you. One more, because I'm fucking done after this. Done. And Az put out one. But Cullen put out one too. Where he did the math. I'm going to expand on it a little bit though. Let's see. Chrissy.
Oh yes, the Simcast on Sunday, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm not sure who's going to be on, but it's always a fun time. And then I'm looking forward to Orlando next week. If you want to share my screen, Gary.
Yeah.
If you guys are not going to go, if anyone's not going to go to I didn't know this Universal after party was also happening on Friday. But if you guys are not going to that, come to my show next Friday, the 20th at 10 p.m. at the Calypso Bar and Grill. And then this ticket includes like an after party. They're going to keep the bar open all night for us. So come and hang out. Yeah.
Awesome. You have choices. That's the best part. Life is full of choices. I like to have choices. I got to keep track of who Shad.
All right. I got a question for you guys. How much do you think these swords cost, and where do you think I got them? Can you guess?
Timu would be my guess, since you've been talking about them a lot.
$350.
$18 a piece.
Yeah, $300.
So they're actually from Temu. That's the crazy thing. These are from Temu.
They're giving you cancer as we speak.
Hear me out. They're from China. Okay.
Well, they are. That's right. but their quality is actually insane. I'm broken by how good some, like especially this one.
They're asbestos swords.
Well, do you know how much they cost on freaking Temu?
How much?
$40.
160 bucks.
Australian or American?
About 20p.
American.
Oh, I thought that's Australian.
That's important. Yeah,
So
don't tell us about Australian currency.
Videos coming out where we're doing a full review on these swords, and I'm a bit broken by how good this one is in particular. And there is also a promo that people would be able to get it for 60 bucks. This is like a sword like this. Friggin' 60 bucks with the promo on the video. So that's coming out shortly on Shadiversity. And then, of course, I'm doing all the other fun stuff everywhere.
All right. Groovy. Ryan.
Just normal stuff. Sports Wars. I'm gonna be watching or the Purdue game's almost over, so I'll watch that when I get done. Big Ten tournament, and then USA versus Canada baseball, World Baseball Classic starts at 8, so that'll be fun.
Oh yeah.
Geeks and Gamers Daily. I stream on Wednesdays, well, usually Wednesdays and Sunday nights. Also Mondays, Fuck My Life with Vera Dark. Looking forward to MegaCon. I just heard, I haven't watched the video yet, but you guys know the YouTuber, the Lore Master, talks a lot of Star Wars stuff. Apparently he dropped a video that's getting some hate in a video where he like goes after Kathleen Kennedy and Disney Star Wars and defends some people like Jeremy. I really don't know anything about it. I just got told that it's getting ratioed by Disney Star Wars fans.
Oh, I saw that on Twitter.
Yeah, maybe go and check out the video, and if you like it, give it a like. I have not watched it. I don't know anything about it.
27 minutes in, you guys come up.
There you go. Yeah. So just heard that it's getting a little heat from the same suspects who didn't show up for Acolyte.
Yep.
Sounds about right. Lore Master, we talked years ago a little bit, so but I was just told about it today on my stream that he had that video. I haven't had a chance to watch it yet because it's like an hour-long video. So, but yeah, I'll be checking that video out.
I'll check it out too.
Shout out.
Jeremy.
MegaCon. Just hope to see all of you out there, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Whether it's the panel, whether it's the meetup, whether it's all the other stuff we have going on, just check out GeeksandGamers.com. We'll have it all covered over there. Any updates will be to the article on the website, and I'll be doing Cobra Cast later, just because I want to stream over Mike because fuck him.
Shit.
So.
The joke now is they go, oh, Jeremy scheduled a Cobra Cat, and half the time they're right and half the time they're not. So I just don't fucking know anymore.
Sorry, Jeremy.
What? No.
I just cut you off. You were not done? Are you done?
No,
Are you finished? Want to argue about binge versus weekly a little bit more?
Don't tempt me with a good time. Don't tempt me with a good time.
Real fake wizard. Thanks for coming back. Please tell the fine folks where to find you or what you got coming up, or both.
Yeah, thanks for having me on again. This was a lot of fun. I'm on the road to 100K, where we just hit 88,000 while on this stream, so that's pretty cool.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's pretty fun. I post videos all the time. I'm gonna do a One Piece review, and then back into the grind, man. So that's pretty much it for me. So I'll see you here or there or anywhere. Cancel Disney Plus.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Did I forget anybody?
Probably.
I don't think so. Probably.
Rest in peace to Az.
Oh.
Yeah. Lady, by the way, Nathaniel and Selmo. Thank you. I am retarded. For 100. Sorry, Nathaniel. A lady asked me to see The Bride this weekend. About 25 minutes in, I thought to myself, I would much rather be going through my second deployment to Afghanistan with all the death and destruction I witnessed than watching this dog shit feminist fever dream of a movie. Hell,
damn.
Don't go to Afghanistan again.
Yeah, please
How
don't.
you really feel?
He's like, send me back. I'd rather do that.
Yeah, brother.
Damn.
Like Prison was better than that movie, dude. So, and the power went out, and I had to go. I went to Tortuga and watched the rest. Fuck it. Thank you very much, Nathaniel. Yeah. So, Star Trek, final Star Trek video will be out this weekend. Then we're going to do a supercut and release it as it was. See, we did weekly, and now we're gonna release the binge model after that, Jeremy, later in the week with the supercut, the Starfleet Academy season 1 supercut, which will be all the reviews put into one, little extra stuff too, while we're at MegaCon. Also, Forbidden Frontier early this Sunday, because I will be joining Chris Gore for his Oscar watch party with half a tuxedo on. Then, unless Ben Shapiro ruins it, I think I'm going to be on with Drinker for Peers on Monday.
Nice.
Nice. And then MegaCon. We got MegaCon. So I can't wait to see some of you there. Looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. And Jeremy and I have made a commitment. We're going to hold hands while we're doing it. We're going to ride Hagrid.
We're going to ride the fuck out of Hagrid.
Ride the fuck out of Hagrid.
Who's going to be in the sidecar and who's going to be like in the seat?
Well, we'll find out.
Gary gets the bike. Jeremy gets the sidecar.
There you go.
It's only fair if it's somebody's first time riding it, they get the bike.
Well, no, it's only fair if whoever has the most subscribers, and Gary wins. So he gets to choose where he sits. That's how YouTube works. So he's the boss. You know, he sends the orders out. He sends the emails. He controls everything we do. This is how it works.
This is true.
This is what I've been told. So it's what
I'm
been
the puppet master.
No, the best thing was
the scenes.
I don't know. I think it was 2 years ago for MegaCon, but it was here on Friday Night Tights. You're like, you genuinely were. You're like, I can't wait to go ride Hagrid. And we're like, phrasing. We're like, could have phrased that one a little bit different. But, yeah, you were pumped. You're like,
I like it.
And I'm gonna like it. Smoke cigarettes and have butterbeer afterwards. That'd be great.
It's gonna be fun though.
Dude, I fucking love the Wizarding World there. I can't wait to go back.
You need to go, and we'll see if I can pull some strings. But you need to go to Epic Universe because and again, as Ryan, as a Harry Potter fan, because I can't relate to it, but like, do you like what they did at Epic without getting into details? Because there's like one point in particular that's mind blowing when you experience it for the first time.
I mean, I am not a huge fan of that world in general at Epic.
Yeah.
So it's based off the second Fantastic Beasts movie. In it's just that like place in Paris where people go.
But there's that one point. There's that one point though.
But and I'm sure Gary knows this. They have the Ministry of Magic ride in which they have that full recreation of the Ministry of Magic from the movies. That part is phenomenal.
It's fucking amazing. It really is.
Can't wait to see
I still haven't been on the ride.
Really? You haven't? The ride itself is really freaking. It's hands down. Well, I haven't done Stardust Racers either because I don't want to die.
Yeah, like that dude with the broken spine. I don't want to end up like him. My back's pretty fucked up.
But the ride itself is probably the best at Epic Universe. It's pretty damn good.
It's like a newer Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I'm going to go hit the old Marvel section of Universal because that's just awesome.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
That's where we found the Black Panther Snuggie.
Yes, with the white guy modeling it.
That's fucking funny.
That's a
good
Pink
shit.
Panther.
Well, it's like it's 90s Marvel. Like that's when they got the park going, and it's just like it's a time capsule, and it's wonderful.
I love walking through there when the like the characters are out because Captain America is actually white, like he should be.
Yep.
So that's cool.
That's all right. All right. So we'll see you all in MegaCon. We will be having FNT, a short like travel version of FNT will be next Friday from Florida. But thank you again, Real Fake Wizard, for joining us. Thanks to all my co-hosts except for Jeremy. Fuck him. And are you streaming in 5 minutes?
Not in 5 minutes.
Hour?
He's gonna wait for Mike to start.
He's waiting until I schedule my fucking
good.
stream.
I mean, like, yeah. If you're gonna stream over somebody, make it as vindictive as possible.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I usually can pinpoint when a Cobra Cat's about to start within like an hour.
No, I'm going live in like 2 hours, Mike. So get started soon, and I want
get started soon.
No, I'm streaming over you. Fuck you.
He's starting in 1 hour 55.
Thanks to the Modrotics. Thanks to everyone. Super chat donation. You help keep the lights on. Thanks to the lurkers and everybody who participated. Hail the 199. Hail the fellowship. And we'll see you next week.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
See you.
And the crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. I apologize because I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Radical lights. I highly organize. It's Friday Night Lights. Friday Night Lights. Episode not offended tonight. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Rest assured that the chances are high. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Radical lights. I highly organize. It's Friday Night Lights. Friday Night Time has come, they are finally here. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. We're not affiliated, just so we're clear. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. Radical lights. Highly organized. It's Friday Night Lights. Sweet Mother Mary. Turn on the eye, you Gary. It's Friday Night Lights. Friday Night Lights. Friday Night Lights. Friday Night Lights. Friday Night Lights.
All right, that was good.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.